like, yes, haha. I know how to do things. Okay, I guess I need to start some music, huh? What about this one? What does this sound like? Not that one. Please. Let's try this one, maybe. Since we're in the temple still. Yeah, there we go. And I'll put... Okay, so get into a little recap then, yes?
Yes.
So, I believe last time we started off the session with kind of the aura of the forest and the fjords getting a little bit sneaky, making Dodie fall asleep on watch, and eventually waking up with the party as giant, like these big kind of basketball-sized orbs of light floated into camp. Of course, they immediately became painful and annoying and attacking you, and the three of you woke up immediately to combat. You managed to fight your way through this group of will-o-wisps, not very easily, one might say, as all three of you were downed at some point, but you managed to work pretty well together and keep everybody up and standing at some point, and managed to get rid of the last of them, popping them into little fairy dust. Then, of course, the three of you, now somehow exhausted after immediately waking up, had to begin your trek up the mountain. It wasn't a very easy climb, and you did, at some point, come across a break in the pathway. I think that was the same day, yes, that you had to, well, Gore jumped across the little cliff edge, right over what he needed to, and then just went onto the other side and started punching trees until his fists bled, while Dodie and Arathar almost fell to their deaths.
Arathar almost fell to his death.
Arathar almost pulled Dodie with him.
Yeah, but she didn't fall.
Not on purpose. It wasn't on purpose.
No, it happens. But they managed to cross. Arathar throwing a rock Gore's direction before storming off forward, rightfully so, I believe. And the party continued up the path. There was some strange things that they noticed about the trees, and some parts of the pathway that seemed to bounce a little. Unsure what that was about. And eventually, after a while, you guys came across kind of this apex of one of the hills in this kind of mountain formation, finding a clearing with what almost looks like a really big, multifaceted cabin. All of the shutters and doors began to close as you approached, except for the front door, which remained open and full of light, which was a little bit odd to you. But you stepped inside, seeing that it was actually quite a comfortable space and full of tapestries and seats and cushions, all, various shades of purple, one might say. And some random motherfucker at the back with his lute just making a little song. You managed to pry some questions out of him, and he pointed you in the direction of a different doorway and then just fucked off outside. So you went in search of Laureate Rorik, and found yourself inside a little bit of a puzzle, one might say, perhaps, with 3 masks, 3 friends, and 3 tunes, which frustratingly became kind of a play your own instrument type thing, but you manage to get through it, managing to convey the correct emotions, to activate the masks, and opened the wall doorway into kind of, I guess, the secret hangout room of Rorik Hollow-Muse. Erithar was not quite pleased with everything, and Rorik kind of told him off because he wasn't really taking that. But you all sat down for a conversation and explained the whole sitch and what you needed and why you were there. And we also hate the crown, so you don't have to worry about that. And he expressed that he would help you attempt to get a hold of this artifact to hopefully restore connection with Saphael and, his deity that made him. But then he showed you over, while he began to go look, to hot springs made into the building and a place to kind of relax for a while and heal. And I think we left off as the party got themselves together, as Gore finished his floating, and Dodie got a little bit of a look into the Shadowfell for a moment, and saw Saphael not doing too hot. So I think that's...
He's actually doing cold.
Yeah, honestly, just
Not hot,
freezing.
he's doing cold.
So I think that's where we're picking up, with the three of you gathering your things. It is currently nighttime, the sun has set, it is a little bit into the night, and you can hear the drums beginning somewhere within a different part of the tavern, apparently a nightly occurrence here. So. I don't know what's happening, but I just kept talking.
Fine.
Yeah.
They're gonna go find that horseman.
You're gonna go find a horse, half a man.
He's also got 2 sets of ribs. I cannot let you guys forget.
Am I a
Horse
horse?
milk.
Am I a horse?
It's like a song from Spirit.
Oh my god.
Now, you have to put a song from Spirit on the campaign playlist.
Oh my god.
Or make a playlist for this character and it's just a song from Spirit.
Yeah.
Did you have something, MK?
You know what? Briefly, and then I realized that my joke was incorrect, so now I'm not gonna say it.
Nice. So the three of you begin to gather your things, redressing in some ways, and putting the towels. Some of you were, for Gore, there's not much redressing to do.
Yeah, he just puts his shorts and his tank top back on.
Whereas Dodie, you have to put all your armor back on. So it takes you a minute. You're still kind of shaken up from what you saw in the puddle reflection, and it's getting later into the night, and the length of the day is starting to wear on the three of you. It has been quite a long day. But hearing the drums from further within the temple, you know that apparently people are still up and active right now, so it shouldn't be too hard to find somebody that would hypothetically be able to point you in his direction. But you begin to make your way out into the hallway through kind of the swinging double doors back to where Rorik had kind of led you in. Looking around, it seems that the hallway continues past this area with the springs and whatnot, and continues down into what looks like an opening into a stairwell further away. Making your way that way, you can see it's kind of like a wooden spiral staircase that looks out along the different floors, kind of with a balcony's edge. You can see down from the floor that you're on, if you take the stairway down, it seems that it will lead you into what could maybe be considered a library. It looks more of like a living room, like a really large like community living room than anything, but there are several shelves floor to ceiling on either side full of different books and tomes and what looks to be just huge stacks of sheet music. But you can see there's a section towards the back away from the staircase that has several desks, and the centaur that you're looking for seems to be hunched over one of them with a stack of papers just spread out like crazy. If there is a method to his madness, you can't quite make it out from this distance, but he has got papers everywhere. There are a couple other people in the room scattered about, going about their own things, and, of course, that same half-elven bard from before now sitting in a different corner still playing his lute.
She's gonna start making her way down the stairs, trying to get to where that horse is.
Mm-hmm. You make your way through the room, and as you do so, you can see out one of the large windows whose shutters are now open again, and out onto what looks to be a very large, like, deck patio thing, with a large congregation of people playing various very intricate-looking drums. Walking through the room, you pass by a couple bards who seem to be going through the same book, kind of pointing things out to one another. It's this huge, just like massive book, and as you kind of look over their shoulder as you walk by, just because why not, you can see that it's mostly a giant picture, but that it keeps twisting along the page, as if the picture is just moving in a counterclockwise motion the entire time. Odd, but you keep moving, and eventually walk up to the very large desks covered in every size of piece of parchment imaginable, as Rorik just continues to look over different pieces, picking them up, holding them up to the light, and then putting them down. He turns as the three of you approach. Evening again.
How's it coming?
Progress. Definitely. This will be a bit of a interesting trek, I think. I found descriptions of its seclusion, but it's outside the temple grounds. Do you need something?
I guess we were just curious to see if you'd made any progress and if we can help in any way, shape, or form to kind of make the whole thing more expedient.
He looks up around the room and seems to be almost taking catalog of who's inside, and seems to calm slightly. This type of artifact is not something we would necessarily keep here. There's a certain amount of danger to it. I think I've found what I can about it and what I already know about it. I can see that you're rearing to go. It will be best if the three of you are rested. He looks over the three of you, eyes kind of lingering on each of you at a time. He seems to be really trying to pick you apart. He seemed to have kind of relaxed to why you were there during your discussion with him and seemed to be on the same page about everything. But you still kind of get the sense that he's definitely sussing you out with what he said about this trek being difficult and all this. You're kind of getting the vibe that he's definitely trying to see how easy this is going to be for you guys. But he seems quite sincere about you guys are going to want to sleep.
How early would you recommend we depart?
Assuming you want this soon.
Time is of the essence.
As early as your bodies will let you get up. I'll be up with the sun, but I'll be the one taking you there.
Thank you.
He kind of looks over the three of you. He keeps, every once in a while he glances over at Gore. Just kind of like looks at him. But I can show you to the rooms. We have extras. If you need them.
That would be preferable.
Yes, please.
Right. He looks over all the papers again. He picks one up, folds it, and just kind of holds it out to the three of you. In case you want to go over it. This way. And he begins to walk back towards the stairwell in the hallway. He walks a little bit of a distance down the opposite hall, kind of the opposite way from the springs, and onto a different, smaller hallway with only one door towards the end. This one actually has a real door and not just the swinging kind of saloon-style shutter doors. And as he pulls out a key ring from like the vest that he's wearing and unlocks the door and pushes it open for the three of you. There's a couple options in there. You can come find one of us in the morning. Like I said, I'll be up pretty early.
Thank you for all of your help.
World's a bit strange right now. Knew it was gonna get stranger. He hands the key to the room to you and then just walks away.
Whenever he turns around, Gore's gonna put a hand on his shoulder. So, like, this traveler, do you remember, like, their name or anything? Like,
Can't say I caught it.
maybe what they look like?
Well, there was a couple of them. A couple of different travellers passed through. Not up here, of course. He really
They'll have, like,
seems
the-
to stare at you for a moment. Get some sleep. And he just walks away.
Gore just goes into the bedroom. Kind of fucking go like this.
Aerothar's already in there.
Yeah. The
He
three of
didn't
you
even wait to look at the interaction.
Yeah.
The three of you walk in, and it's a similar sort of room to the room that you met Rorik in, with the kind of sunken-in couch pit and the large balcony out to the outside. No windows, just fully just out into the open. But along the sides of the room, there are kind of these rolling wall kind of dividers, and what appear to be several different sizes and shapes of beds and bed mats and various things. It kind of seems to be like the guest area. Like, hey, you get a little living room and a balcony, and depending on whatever you are, you can pick a different type of bed. It's kind of set up that the divider walls can kind of be moved to make whatever bed you choose into kind of its own little room. But there's also a rolling stand near the couch pit with kind of like a drink bar set up and curtains that can be pulled over the balcony to kind of keep the wind out. But it's a very nice, very simple sort of setup. Very, very much like you went away for a holiday at a cabin lodge that was also apparently whatever the fuck type of community house this is. But you have your pick of basically everything.
Gore is immediately heading towards the drink bar and looking for alcohol.
There is,
He's
in fact,
following
alcohol
him.
here. Yes. A couple different types. You see what looks to be a really, like, dark brown liquor of some sort. Something that is, I mean, just, like, candy apple green. And some sort of clear spirit as well.
Aerithar sets his stuff down, except for his notebook, and goes out to the balcony and does his notes out there.
Okay.
Jump.
He's over. He's done.
Gore will begin like taking out all the drinks and setting them up, and then just going one by one and probably tasting them all.
Okay.
Jody snatches the bottle of the fluorescent green and gives it a sniff.
It smells like... You know how, like, when you cut open a leaf of aloe?
Mm-hmm.
Like that.
Puts back down. To Gore's tasting lineup.
Yeah. Which one are you starting with? I'm just curious.
Probably the green one.
Nice. You stare at these different liquors. You're assuming the green one is also liquor. It's in the same bottle as the other two, you know? You pick it up. Are you just, like, taking from the bottle, or are you, like, pouring a shot?
He's gonna pour a shot. He's not an animal.
You pour out a shot.
He's a lizard.
It seems to be the same, like, viscosity as the other liquors, as opposed to some of the other things that you've tried recently. So that's promising. You kind of slosh it around a little bit. It seems to kind of, like, bubble as you do so. Interesting. But you take a shot of it, kind of smelling it as you bring it up towards your face, and you smell that same aloe smell as well. And as you kind of shoot it back, the burn of alcohol that you're expecting to get definitely hits the back of your throat. And then this, like, it's less of a flavor and more of a feeling of it just, like, coating your throat and being warm.
Ugh. Oh.
It doesn't really... Not that you really tend to eat or drink anything for the flavor of it, but it doesn't really taste like much of anything. It's got that little bite of alcohol to it, but then, like, the flavor is just like a communion wafer. It's just nothing.
I think he sits there with the glass, just staring into space. Huh. It picks up the glass and puts it in front of Dodie. You're gonna want to try that. And it moves on to the next one.
I'm afraid.
It wasn't bad.
She takes a little sip out of the bottle.
Yeah, I mean, it's about the same. It's got like the burn of alcohol. It makes your entire like mouth and like chest as you swallow it like warm for a second. But it really just doesn't taste like anything.
Okay. Gonna watch Gore finish going through his lineup.
Yeah. The brown liquor is about how you expect it to be. It tastes like any just random semi-decent whiskey. The clear liquor, on the other hand, is probably the strongest, but not eye-blinding, just like moonshine, probably.
Ooh.
Just, it's definitely something.
I think after tasting that one, he goes, you're gonna want to try this one too, and puts it in front of Dodie.
I don't drink alcohol from that portion of the color spectrum, but thank you.
That's strong.
I don't. That's not. If you come across something that is so sweet it makes your teeth hurt, I'll take that.
Okay. He starts to put them up, except the brown one, and he's gonna look for stuff to kind of make a mixed drink.
Yeah, there's definitely just like a couple random pieces of like citrus, like the whole fruit that you'd have to like cut yourself there, as well as a couple different like herbs and things like mint and thyme and stuff like that there, but it's mostly citrus. At the bottom you do find just an entire box of sugar cubes, but it's mostly citrus and like mint and sugar cubes.
He's immediately gonna grab the box of sugar cubes and place it in front of Toadie with the brown liquor. There you go. And he's gonna go back. There's not like a Coke, but of the fantasy universe.
Can't say there is.
Damn. Well, he's about to get fucked up. He's just gonna get like a whiskey glass and fill it with ice, and then put the brown in it, and then I don't know. He's just gonna throw a bunch of shit in there because he doesn't know what he's doing.
Yeah, it's like that. There's you don't happen to see an ice box around anywhere, but you do look over to the balcony where Arathar is like standing just out of the wind and journaling, and the entire like ledge of the balcony is just covered with like a couple inches of snow by this point. So you just go over there and shove some snow into your glass and start mixing up your drink.
Don't mind me, just.
So, you managed to make something that doesn't taste terrible.
Nice.
It's pretty decent.
And then he's probably gonna skip out on the balcony. And then he's just gonna go pick the biggest bed that there is.
Mm-hmm. There's you managed to kind of pull back all of the different kind of like pieces of wall, and you managed to find one that is just like a square mattress, but it's more of like a bed mat. It's just several inches of some sort of soft something wrapped in cotton and set on the floor like a giant bed mat. It's huge and it looks pretty comfy, let's be honest.
He's gonna place his drink next to the bed and then stand at the end of it and fall into it.
Yeah, it is surprisingly soft. Like, you have no idea what this bed is made out of, but it is surprisingly soft. And you kind of bounce a little bit when you hit it. Kind of like, boing. It's pretty good.
and then he'll journal.
Nice.
Is there any wine in the minibar?
Doesn't seem to be, but you did see a couple bottles in the hot springs area, which is only down the hall.
She's just gonna grab the box of sugar cubes and walk out onto the bed.
Okay. Just
She's not using them, but she does walk out, walk over to where Erithar is, open the box, and just kind of hold it out to him.
What is that? Is that just sugar? Just
The only thing in there that won't, I think, kill you on first sip. I think Gore's just indestructible.
I will pass, thank you.
Probably the right move.
I'm wrapping up anyway.
Don't freeze to death out here.
I forgot.
She's gonna head back inside. With a normal human-sized bed.
There's actually like a bed too. It's like, you know, like made out of wood. It's got a mattress on it with sheets and a blanket.
Sold.
It's good. It's nice. The room itself is very simple. There's not a lot of stuff in here since most of the walls are made out of paper and wood, but it works.
Just gonna take a minute and get back out of her armor and chain herself gently into bed.
Yeah, you know, just quietly securing the restraints. As random places you've slept has gone, this is pretty nice. Erithar?
I think that after he's done journaling, he's sitting down. He's not standing up. He kind of still sits there for a moment, just in the quiet for a little bit, just to be in solace. And then we'll stand up and go back inside and find a bed or somewhere to sleep that he can fit on. They're both asleep at this point?
Probably. If you stayed up journaling for a little bit, probably.
Yeah, so I assumed, yeah. Yeah, just anywhere he can fit, and he'll go to sleep.
You managed to find one that's... It's more of like a daybed type shaped thing, but it's a little bit larger, a little bit longer. It's kind of built onto the wall a little bit, and it seems close enough. Comfy enough. But you settle in for the evening. So the three of you fall asleep, settling in for the night, hearing the lightning and the thunder outside as the snow kind of continues to pick up a little bit as the evening goes on. Gore...
I knew it! I was like, who's it gonna be?
Slipping deep into unconsciousness, the darkness seems to sway. This feeling of familiarity washing over you as that velvety black speckled with purples and greens that bloom behind your eyes slowly undulates like water. The feeling blissfully slips away. The alcohol in your system kind of numbing yourself as you fall asleep, feeling a calm wash over you. That comforting sway becomes like a bassinet rocking, pulling you further beneath the sea foam. The water is temperate here, and slowly your mind's eyes open and you see the expanse before you again. Dark, open water. Looking up, again, you can see the surface, the roaring waves and illuminated night sky, lightning striking out. You know now that the sounds you're hearing are not from the outside, not from the waking world, but again from whatever storm rages above this water. And you are not breathing, but panic does not take hold of you. Looking down again into the void of water around you, you see a light. Greenish blue, speckled, but a distinct light deep in the oblivion below you. Feeling comes back to you then, your limbs swaying in the water, the vibration of lightning above you. It feels familiar, somehow in multiple ways. You know that you've been here before, but something else about it feels familiar too. What are you doing?
He's immediately taken off towards the light.
Okay. You begin to shift, turning your body towards the abyss and swimming down, the water becoming cooler and cooler. A sensation that you're now familiar with, this same change in scenery in unconsciousness now happening quite a few times. The pressure on your lungs begins to return, that strain, air trying to escape before it's used, but you keep swimming. You're almost there. You keep swimming and swimming and swimming. The light is growing larger and brighter. The water passes a chill through you, each muscle and bone aching in the cold, and you can feel it even stronger now. Like this dream that you can recognize is somehow more vivid. You begin to see an outline. In the glow of the light surrounded by midnight blue and black, you see an outline of an archway, and the light just beyond it. Your lungs are burning. Something like energy is rippling through your arms and down your spine, and you hear it again. See. You keep swimming, pulling yourself through the water, but the distance is so great, something like warmth, though, is touching at your hands. You cannot hold your breath much longer, and the water is starting to spill into your lungs, but you keep pushing anyway, further and further and further. Can you make a wisdom saving throw for me?
Okay.
That's a 19.
19. Okay. Finally, you feel the light crest your features, feel it sting onto your eyes a little bit through the salt water as you press your feet into the soft seabed here. Seawater is overtaking your senses. There is a doorway before you, an arch made out of stone, and something dark, and the light blinds you from beyond it. Promises. You see inside, for the first time. Stepping forward, feeling your feet grind into the soft sand here, you see an open space, a temple. And the light is blinding. You feel the water spilling into your lungs further and further, but you keep swimming forward, stepping forward, walking and swimming both. And you see a little bit further, the light burning into your eyes along with the salt, a broken altar. Pain is radiating from your chest as you grab onto the sides of this archway and try to pull yourself forward as your arms start to go weak and you choke on salt water and brine. There are shapes beyond the light, moving and vibrating the sand, and the nullity of the expanse overtakes you. Feeling the water rush through your lungs, and the light from your vision is snuffed, returning to darkness again. Dodie, as you fall asleep, you kind of expect something. But you don't fully fall into that odd mix of consciousness and unconsciousness. More so, as you fall asleep, you remember. You see again vividly in your vision the broken mirror lying on the ground, Saphael hunched over, gripping at his own hair. And you see the swirling in his irises, the violet of his eyes swirling like a whirlpool, and it almost makes you dizzy. But eventually, you fall asleep and are restful again.
Hang on. Jeez. Sorry.
The three of you get your long rest, so you can mark that. And eventually you hear, through your sleep, as your body begins to recognize the light changing in the outside room, kind of drifting through the paper of these different walls. You all begin to start to wake, hearing the lightning still outside. Erithar, you wake up first, sitting up and seeing the sun just barely beginning to rise outside. Dodie, you wake up not long after. Gore, you wake up and immediately sit up and just puke water all over the place.
Yeah, it's just a normal Tuesday.
And I'd say with the fact that the walls are made out of paper, the two of you definitely hear a sudden deluge of water just hit the ground.
Water or vomit?
Don't worry about it.
I just need to know how much cleaning needs to happen.
I don't vomit.
Or if it's contagious, which, if it's water, probably not.
Probably.
Cord gets up, and you probably see him, if you can see, walk across the room. He's gonna go grab a towel from the bathroom or the bath place.
Yeah, you walk out the doorway quickly and as quietly as you can down the hallway, grab a towel and bring it back, and just kind of slip back into your room. The two of you definitely see this. Because as quiet as he's being, he is a 7-foot tall lizard, and this place is not that big. So
She's gonna go sit on one of the couches and pull out the paper that wrote paper last night.
you sit down and kind of begin to unfold this piece of paper, seeing what all is on it. And you can see that there is, of course, the name of the artifact that you guys are looking for. And then a series of symbols that you are not familiar with. And then towards the bottom of the piece of paper, there is, where is it? Oh, there's the kind of like a sketch drawing of a tree that says replace and reinvent.
Ominous.
You're not entirely sure what the three symbols are, but they have, like, it's like a drawing of the symbol, and then next to it there's like a little scribble of something that you're having a hard time making out.
Does the origin of them seem at all familiar?
Make a... What do I want to call this? We'll do a insight check. Why not?
Okay.
Arethar's got his stuff together and is making his way over to look at what she's looking at, because he's nosy.
Alright. No clue. It's like a... One of them looks like a big old triangle with a thing through it, and the other one is like a... is it? I don't know.
What is the conundrum?
I don't know what these symbols mean.
Let me
Go
see.
look at them.
What do I?
Make
The
an
three symbols.
insight
Do
check.
I? 15?
15? They don't look like sigils. They don't look like they're magic symbols in any way. And they don't really look like runes either. They don't really look like a language. The scribbles next to them also just don't make any sense.
Kind of shakes his head. I don't think there's anything that I can tell arcane about it. They don't appear to be sigils or runes of any kind.
That's something.
This is what he gave you last night, correct?
Yes.
It would be helpful if he could elaborate on it if he could.
That
Or
would
just
be nice.
anybody here. That would be lovely. He hands it back to her.
Thank you. Gore, are you all dried up in there?
Almost done. He opens up the door and looks for somewhere to put this very wet towel.
There's the balcony.
He's gonna go out and he's gonna throw it
Oh my god.
Just
off the balcony.
they're sitting on the like in the couch pit thing. So you just kind of like walk by, kind of like holding it next to you, and then just chuck it out. Nice.
He's gonna watch it just. He's gonna nod to himself. And then he's gonna find a corner in the room and just start doing his morning routine.
Nice. You do a couple push-ups. You go through your different various stretches and exercises. As the two of you are kind of just sitting there, every once in a while, kind of like just glancing over at him doing his thing.
I think it's the first time they've like actually witnessed it, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm trying to find something in my notes. There we go. Okay. Yes, sorry about that. But you go through the motions. The two of you now kind of seeing for the first time what Gore actually does in the mornings. Interesting sort of thing. Before eventually you start to hear like a soft knock on your door. Just like... And then kind of like a hesitation. And then another just little like tap, tap, tap. Tap.
Carter goes over and opens it.
You open it and you open the door and look out and nobody's there. And then you look down. And you see a small humanoid shape, hood pulled up over their features, and and set behind them is like a little rolling cart with a piece of white cloth draped over it, over what seemed to be some sort of shapes and things underneath it. Their sleeves are kind of pulled over their arms, like they're way too long. And they jump a little bit as the door is open, and then kind of like look at your knees for a moment, and then look up at you. And you are face to face with a very small goblin woman. She has two different color eyes, and a nose ring that has this long jewel on it that kind of taps against her lip as she kind of gasps.
What?
Breakfast?
Oh, sure. Here, just right in here. And he opens the door for her, gesturing them in.
And she kind of rolls the little tiny cart in, and she folds back the piece of cloth, and she looks around. I've got a couple different things. So depending on what you want, or if you want like full breakfast, it's down the hall. But I have pastries.
I'm sure that this will suffice. Thank you so much.
And she pulls back the thing a little bit further, and like there are like at least 20 different types of pastries on this cart. There's also a little tip jar along the side that very clearly is just like a brass jar that she's written tips on.
She's gonna take a gold piece and put it in the tip jar.
You watch her eyes go like as wide as saucers as she just stares at you put the coin into the tip jar.
Bless you.
You just want me to leave the cart?
Cart.
I can come back.
We're only gonna be a few minutes. If you're welcome to just leave it.
All right. And she
Which
immediately
one's-
reaches into the jar and takes out the coin piece and pockets it.
Which one's your favorite?
This one. And she points to a large, like, cherry Danish.
Gore immediately picks it up and just tosses it in his mouth, and then drops 2 gold in the tip jar. As he's swallowing, nobody out tips me.
All right, I'll come
Why does
back.
everything-
And she scuttles out suddenly.
Why does everything have to be a fucking competition with you?
Because I'm the best. And he walks back to his corner and starts working out.
She's gonna find herself something to eat.
Delicious pastries. I mean, magnificent. There's a chocolate croissant in there that is the fluffiest croissant you've ever seen in the world.
Perfect.
It's
Arathar grabs the least overwhelming looking one he can find.
like a like whatever that almond one is. You know the one I'm talking about?
Not that one. Or just a normal croissant, either or.
Hot cross bun. The most boring thing I can think of.
Yeah, you guys have your fill of pastries as need be. Gore eventually finishing your routine for the morning. Dodie, the pastry is immaculate. And Arathar, for as bland of a piece as you picked, it's also a very nice pastry. But the three of you are now left to your devices, as she has scuttled off somewhere.
I think Gore reapproaches the cart. Are you guys done with this?
No, she grabs like 2 or 3 more and puts them up in a little napkin and shoves them into her bag.
Nice. Smart.
Have at it.
Arathar.
Yes, I don't care.
Okay, he immediately picks up the plate and just pours them in.
you pick up the one
Everything
plate with
that's
all the
left.
danishes and just dump it in, and then you pick up the one with the croissants and just dump it in. You get down to the end and you see just a plate that is just chocked full of like ham and cheese croissants, and you're like, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Protein.
It's good shit. It's good shit. She knows what she's about. But you fill up on pastries and such. You leave the cart, which you have to bend over to get to. I would like to add, because it is a goblin-sized cart. You leave it practically empty. So.
Yeah. Are we ready to go on whatever this harrowing experience is going to be?
We have to, so better get it over with.
walks out the door.
I'll follow.
Gore follows.
You grab your things, kind of pushing the pastry cart off to the side a little bit, so it's not blocking the doorway, and you walk out into the hall and back towards the kind of sitting room, library area, most likely, that you think Rorik Hollowmuse will be in. As you do so, as you kind of like walk down the last bit of the open stairwell, you look back up towards the balcony and see the hooded little goblin figure just like skitter past towards your room again. But as you make your way into this library area, you can see that it's actually much more full this morning. There seems to be several people sitting around also enjoying various pastries and breakfast items, as well as more people reading, and a lot of people going through the various giant stacks of sheet music. As well, towards the back, now sitting behind the desk, kind of on this large cushion area, is Rorik Hollowmuse, who seems to be having a cup of coffee. For as early in the morning as it is, since the sun has just barely risen, there's quite a lot of people up. It's interesting to you, but you make your way through the room, kind of catching a couple people kind of like look up at you, confused, like they've never seen you before, obviously. But you make your way over to the table, and he sets down his cup of coffee as you approach. Morning. Ready to get a start on it?
I think so.
Right. You're fine with the cold, aren't you? It's a bit windy out.
Sure.
Alright. He begins to make his way through the temple again, just assuming that the three of you are following. Out past kind of these long hallways that you've been in, you walk past the kind of entryway that you remember from before. That is also full of a couple people who just seem to be kind of hanging out. They seem to be more watchful than the people in the back room tended to be, and as you walk out onto the front porch, they seem to kind of lean and watch you exit. Stepping outside, it is definitely windy. And I'm going to change the music. Let's calm ourselves a little bit. Let's just calm down slightly. And let's try this one. Yeah, that's good enough. Yeah. Stepping out into the wind, it is immediately biting. Up this high in altitude, with the little bit of snow that is falling, the wind almost seems to pass through every piece of clothing that you're wearing, as if it just cuts through all the fabric and armor and just immediately hits your skin, chilling you down to the bone. It has stopped snowing as much as it had last night. Now, only a few flecks every once in a while. But the wind still continues, and the lightning in the distance has grown closer. Rorik immediately turns and begins to walk away from the temple opposite of the way that you approached on the trail up here. He turns towards the three of you, kind of counting heads to make sure all of you are there, and then just keeps walking. You see that today he wears a longer shirt, and he's got a kind of like side bag strapped across kind of his first set of hips. He doesn't seem to mind the wind so much. And you can see his tan skin kind of start to blush in the wind as it whips across his face, but he doesn't really seem to mind. He keeps walking forward and leaving the three of you to kind of trail as he walks across this grassy kind of clearing and over to the edge where the land itself begins to slope. It seems that you're going across the opposite way from the water that you came from, as if you're about to descend on the opposite side of this mountainous hill area. He walks swiftly, I would say, seeming as if he very much knows where he is and where he's going. You don't see any map of any sort, so you're assuming that he just kind of knows where to go. But he keeps walking ahead of you. As the trail starts to get slightly less trail-like and more like he's just walking in a certain direction through the woods, as kind of the clearings begin to grow fewer and fewer, and it just becomes you stepping over branches and underbrush and over rocks and different things as he just kind of weaves through the trees. It's becoming harder and harder to keep up with him. As well, the way he walks and how natural it seems to traverse this environment makes him kind of hard to keep sight of, as he just kind of disappears through large groups of trees. If I can get the three of you to make survival checks as you attempt to keep up with this man.
16.
16?
4.
4.
Dirty 20.
Nice. Alright. The three of you keep walking, attempting to keep up with him as you can. Arathar, luckily, Dodie and Gore seem to be able to keep an eye on him better than you can, as a couple times he seems to kind of turn past one tree or boulder, and you look through the woods and it's like he just fucking disappeared. And you're looking around, taking a moment to gather yourself before you turn and see Gore and Dodie taking off in the opposite direction that you thought he was going. But you managed to keep a track of them, especially Dodie's bright pink hair just moving through the different pieces of forest, and you managed to keep up with them relatively well.
He's like a beacon.
You do end up trailing behind those two a little bit, but you don't get fully lost. So you'll take it as a win. As you all move through the forest as well, you start to notice the same odd bits of foliage from before. Certain places where the evergreen trees look more blue than they do green. And in a couple places you pass like a specific fir tree that you've noticed, which is ginormous, trunk spanning far larger than you've seen any other tree span. But the bark itself seems to have more of a purple shade than it does brown. Sorry. I'm gonna look out the window real quick, because I just got an emergency flash flood warning, and I want to see if it's happening.
Oh.
Or maybe it's just Southern California being dramatic. Hold on.
Looks like they are getting moderate rain right now.
It's good to check, you know? We're fine. Oh, Southern California. It doesn't rain here very often, and it's been raining all day. We live on a hill, though, so I didn't expect it to be, but I would like to know if I looked outside and it was just like, you know,
That's
my
good.
car's out there.
You leave the emergency brake on.
I park it in the car park, or in the car thing, so should be fine.
Right.
Who knows? But yeah, my like emergency alert thing started buzzing, and I was like, "What is this? Who's calling me?" No one was calling me.
Rain.
Yeah. Wait for Gail to get back. Hello.
Sorry, I got up and the urge to... I got up to look at the flash flood, you know, that's outside of our window, and the urge to piss just overcame me.
It happens.
Yeah.
Alright, where was I? Trees.
Purple trees.
Yes. Those strange pieces of foliage seem to be a little bit more prevalent on this side of the mountain as you continue down. More varying shades and hues seem to overtake the forest here. It's beautiful if you weren't so stressed about other things. As well, you start to notice again what you remembered from before on your trek up the mountain, which is that every once in a while you just kind of seem to bounce. Like you take a step and it just kind of bounces. Interesting. But you keep following, and you keep moving. You guys are walking for quite a bit of time, and the air is definitely difficult to deal with as you pass between patches of forest and out into clearings again. Every time you pass into one of these clearings, the just overtaking of the icy wind hits you, and it's making your joints a little stiff. It's making things a little bit more difficult to maneuver through. And as you pass over a couple pieces of kind of rocky edge of the forest, you do notice ice that has formed along some of the boulders and trees and along some of the underbrush that's making things a little bit slick as well. But you keep walking. And walking. And walking. And you get to a point where it's more of like a downward climb than it is a walk. But you're still managing to keep up with this centaur who just seems to just not be having a difficult time whatsoever. Eventually, the forest starts to thin even further, and the downward slope kind of levels out into what is almost a flat plain. And ahead of you, you can see where the ground becomes more full of rocks and boulders, and then eventually where it clears out into what it might be a really big clearing. The ground to either side of you starts to slope again, and it seems that you're walking atop like the ledge of a hill, you know, kind of along its apex. And eventually forward, you see Rorik start to slow down and eventually stop in the middle of this clearing and look back at you. The three of you eventually make your way up to him, and you can see that this is less so of a clearing and more so of just a stopping point, as in front of this man is just a large cliff face, just dropping down into nothing, and then far on the other side, you can see another cliff. This even further, less so of like a break in the mountain as from before on your previous trek, but more so as if two hills were kind of just sat next to each other with a large gap in the middle. Down on either side, you can see is a very steep decline and what connects down into the rest of the mountains and hills, and dense forests around you. He kind of just stops and turns around and looks at all of you, not seemingly concerned whatsoever, and waits for the three of you to approach. So, you're going to want to cross that way. I can't do that. So I'll meet you around. But it's going to be the easiest way for you.
What's the other option?
Well, I'm going to go down and around, which for me is pretty easy. For you, not so much.
Understood.
So you're going to want to go that way.
Thank you.
Yeah. When you get on the other side, I'll meet up with you later, but you're going to want to follow the markings on the trees. It'll keep you going in the right direction. Yeah.
Will these markings be obvious?
Yeah. It shouldn't take you too long. Probably meet up around the same point. And he just walks down one of these steep declines and off into the forest again.
So we're gonna need to go like straight down, walk the gap, and then go straight back up again, essentially.
Would you like to look around?
Yeah.
I will also look around.
Make either of you make either a perception check or an investigation check.
Let's go with investigation.
Oh, can she just take advantage?
Yeah, that's fine.
Please?
Yeah. It's gonna be easier.
Bless you. That's a 21.
21. You walk up to the edge of this cliff, and you can see this expanse is much larger, probably spanning more like 40 feet than 20 feet. And the drop down is enormous. These two hill-like mountains seem to drop down just sheer cliffs to what is almost like a small, flat valley between them. This gap seems to extend pretty far on the other side, so you imagine that Rorik's going to have to go out pretty far to get down flat enough to be able to cross without crossing this gap. But you do notice immediately, looking down towards the bottom of this drop, that the entire little flat valley at the bottom is covered with a huge, thick layer of iridescent moss, it looks like. You think that you've seen that moss while you've been traveling? Like, you've noticed it on the trail a couple times, you think. You haven't really been, like, very cognizant of it, but you're pretty sure you've passed that moss a couple times.
Is there anything hinky about it, despite the fact that it's iridescent?
The moss?
Yeah.
Do you want to go look at the moss over there? Are you trying to get down to the moss, or...? Because there was the moss on the trail, and then there's the giant patch of moss down there. You haven't really stopped to look at it, you've just kind of noticed it.
Whatever source of moss is closest to me right now, and maybe does not inherently involve me climbing down into the ravine.
Okay. You look over the edge, seeing all this moss. Arathar kind of a couple steps away. Gore, I'm not entirely sure what you're doing. But Dodie, you kind of look down and then look back, like, through the clearing that you just came through with Rorik, and notice a couple patches of that moss, and, like, walk back over there to look at them. It would be just really fluffy green moss if it didn't shine in iridescent colors in the light. It's odd. What you looking for with it?
I am specifically looking for magical qualities.
Okay. Do you want to make an Arcana check?
Sure.
Is she saying out loud what she's doing?
Yes, absolutely. It's very much... I'm gonna go look at them also over there.
He will also follow and make an Arcana check.
Okay.
Bless you, because she's not good at them.
We're just observing in the distance.
Yeah, that's 5.
18.
18. Definitely some sort of magic here. It looks to be more of the wild magic variety than anything, but definitely some sort of wild magic. You're not super acquainted with wild magic. It doesn't look to be volatile. It looks to just kind of be like a baseline constant.
He's wearing his gloves, obviously, because it's cold. Can he touch it if it doesn't appear to be volatile?
Yeah.
Volatile, hello, words. Yeah.
You kind of reach out and press into it, and at the first little touch, it feels like soft moss, and you press a little bit further, and it's like pressing onto a really dense, like, rubber. It feels more like a springy rubber than it does actual moss. As you kind of press at it a little bit, you end up just kind of like, after you feeling that it's not really like doing anything, you just kind of poke at it and it kind of shoots your hand back.
And there's some on the bottom of the cliff?
Yeah, a full like blanket of it at the bottom of this drop.
Dodie.
Yes.
The texture of this, come touch it. Just come touch it. It's fine, it won't bite.
You like start to like barely press it and it feels like soft moss, and then you press down a little bit further and it's like rubbery.
There's an entire strip of it down below the cliff. And it just caused my hand to shoot up, and so this might be idiotic, and we might be better climbing down, but if we could get Mr. Gore to jump off first and see if it works.
It shoots to them looking back, and he's just looking over the distance down the cliff.
I am picking up what you're putting down, and I think it's a great idea.
It might be foolish and he might break his neck, but
if he does, we'll fix him.
It'll
be fine.
Just real quick, I would like to point out that this is a very, very, very large drop. This is more in the realm of just dying.
If he dies, I'll fix him.
It's like that is when we get closer down the climb. If we get to a certain part, we just jump off. We might not want to jump right off.
It's a sheer cliff.
I have an idea.
I thought that okay.
It's like you guys are on like a pointed bit of this, and then there's just like a 40-foot span of that, as if somebody just took like one of those watermelon cutters and just cut an entire slice out of it, and it is just sheer cliff down on either side.
I thought there was a place for us to climb down. Is that when we go all the way towards the end?
Like if you
Is that what you were describing?
If you wanted to climb down the cliff, it would be like rock climbing down a vertical thing.
Okay.
Which I thought was going to be the way to go, but I worried about Arathar.
It's fair. He's squishy.
Arathar, you are a scientist, yes?
Yes.
You specialize in rocks.
I know a couple of things about rocks.
I have a hypothesis.
Wonderful.
She's going to find a rock.
Okay.
And then she's gonna walk over to the cliff face and just absolutely chuck it straight down into the ravine.
Gore, you're kind of standing over there, just kind of like looking around, looking down off the cliff. They're talking about something. You hear something about a rock. Suddenly, Dodie walks up next to you, looks over at you for a second, and then just like spikes down a rock down the middle of this ravine. Dodie, you watch Arathar walking up now as well to watch as Dodie just like volleyball spikes this rock down into through past this cliff. You watch as this, like probably like softball size rock just gets yoked down this cliff. You watch it fall, keeping an eye on it as it hits into the moss, and you watch for a moment as it almost gets enveloped completely in moss. There's a moment where you're like, did it just it just shoots immediately back up as if it just bounced twice its velocity all the way back up past the three of you who are standing on this cliff, and then falling in an arc to the opposite side and shattering across the ground on the opposite side.
Surely we're not doing that.
It was considered. But if that rock is fucked, then we probably would be as well.
Right, but that rock didn't weigh a whole lot. It had a lot more like airspeed to it, right? Like we weigh something. We're hardy, so we won't bounce quite that much. We probably won't hit that hard on the other side, right?
Yeah,
I think that might fare better for some of us than others, because some of us can teleport as we're in midair.
Right.
But the other two of us can't.
Yeah, that means you should try it first. Point to Arathar.
I don't feel comfortable with that until we have maybe perhaps a backup plan.
The backup plan is you teleport to safety. Great job, guys. All right, Arathar, pats him on the back. You got this, buddy.
I don't think I do.
I can push you.
I
don't.
You're the more athletic one. Why don't you go first? Or is there some sort of...
Arathar, you can teleport.
Yes, but I can only teleport myself. Do you see the dilemma? If
That is why you go first.
How far across is the gap?
40 feet.
Yeah, probably about like 50 feet, something like that.
Yes, but after I teleport, what are the two of you doing?
I don't know, we'll climb.
I have
can
half
climb.
an idea. That
Okay.
I believe it works.
Great.
I don't want to say it out loud in case it's stupid.
It might be, but
I mean, it can't-
no one else is coming up with any other ideas, so just go for it.
It cannot be worse than jumping into a pit.
My plan only works for me.
That's great, that's two of us down. Then he can fend for himself.
If it doesn't work, I will climb. But I'm not going to be the one to try it.
Did your plan involve wings?
You know, I don't know if I have to behead somebody for them to come out or not. So maybe it won't work. But theoretically...
Hey, can I just make, just for shits and giggles, another intelligence check, or just an intelligence check, or another kind of like nature or something check, arcana, whatever, to see if there's something I'm missing with the moss?
Sure. You could do arcana if you're trying to figure out like the exact wild magic nature of it, or you can do an intelligence check if you're trying to like calculate velocity or something.
We'll do arcana with the nature of the wild magic. 18.
18. You've been around quite a few people who have dealt with wild magic quite intimately. That being said, you think that you probably couldn't understand any more about wild magic if you were slapped in the face with it, as even the sorcerers that you know who used wild magic didn't seem to understand it whatsoever. You're pretty sure all this moss does is bounce things, and you're assuming with how hard Dodie spiked that rock down into that crevasse that maybe that had something to do with how much it bounced, but also you're not entirely sure.
Okay. And straight across the gap is 30 feet.
50 feet.
50 feet. Oh, let me double check though. Oh, well, I can only teleport up to 30 feet.
Well, that'll save you from whenever you bounce.
Yeah, if you get halfway across, right? By going straight down.
You're the only one with an escape plan here, buddy, so I think it's you.
If I were to be, can I like speed do it twice? Is that like, could I do it once 30 feet and then do it again and then this just covers the rest of it? Would you allow that?
You'd have to succeed at a check for that. I will also, if you also want to try, if you're going the I'm gonna chance it on a check, you could also try to jump as far as you could and then do it, but that also still might not get you the entire way.
You know, all things considered, I really just don't feel comfortable going until the two. I just, you know, it's...
Arathar, do we need to go over this again?
He looks at Dodie. How far do you think I'd be able to just jump? I'm not going to be able to jump 50 feet. I'm aware of that. But before 50 feet, do you think I could manage jumping 20 feet?
Gorkana comes up beside him. You couldn't make a 20-foot gap earlier. You're not going to be able to do it now.
And you didn't...
Okay. I don't think that you could. I'm just...
That's alright. It's...
Just between us as friends, I don't think you could.
I don't think that I could either. I just wanted to make sure we were all on the same page. I'm not an athlete.
No.
I could throw you. No, never mind. You're jumping in the pit. Come on, Arathar.
But you could throw me. You could throw me, and I could get across pretty far, and then I could do it. That's actually the best plan.
Well, that's too unfortunate because I'm not going to throw you.
I don't think that having the person with the least amount of constitution, definitely, jumping into the pit first, I don't think that's a great way to start things off.
Arathar,
I think that
it's really close to him. You're the only one with an escape plan. If I jump down there, I am dead if it doesn't work. Doty's dead. But you can teleport. And plus, if it works, I will go next. You have my word, I go second. But you gotta go first. And I'm only going if it works.
question for God. Based off of our observations of the rock, this is the dumbest thing we've ever done. Sea level is the dumbest thing we've ever done. That's the dumbest thing. If he jumps and hits the bottom and flies up, would hitting the bottom kill him? Or would that be okay? And it's the part where he fully would hit the... Like, if he fell full force onto the ground, that's the part that would kill him.
So, if he jumps down the pit and doesn't bounce, dead. If he does bounce, hypothetically hitting on the other side, if you just fully flailed it, totally no gracefulness to it, hit the ground on the other side, hypothetically, you're assuming you'd take some damage but wouldn't die.
Follow-up question for God.
Yes.
Oh, go ahead.
Can you check your DMs?
Yes. Okay.
Cool.
So you, Arathar, are standing there looking over the edge trying to consider, and Gore, you are trying to convince Arathar, yes?
Yes.
Arathar, did you have any other questions?
Yeah, I had a follow-up question. That's the taking damage. Is that without the Starlight Step? That's just falling. If I use Starlight Step, would there be a way for me to not take any damage?
Yeah, I would say if you managed to get your bearings in the air and use Starlight Step, that you could probably get it so that you would Starlight Step directly above the ground, and so you'd probably trip a little bit, but you wouldn't impact.
Okay. He looks at Gore. I'll do it. If, obviously, you go after me, because I will hold you to that. But also, if you throw me down there, because I don't trust myself enough to correctly aim myself to the part where I'll bounce.
Immediately shoves him off the edge.
Doty, you, as these two are bickering, begin to start walking away, kind of sneaking back towards the woods to give yourself a little bit of privacy to attempt to try this. And as you do so, you start to hear Arathar start to give these stipulations, and you have this sense of dread that starts to wash over you, like you know what's about to happen, and you stop and look back as Arathar, mid hand wave, just gets just shoved by Gore, just full, like, arms suddenly straight, just shoved by Gore off the cliff. It's the most comical way that he could have done it, and Arathar is suddenly, like, just like Doctor Strange, like, soul ejected from the body, just back as he is shoved backwards off the cliff. You watch him instantly disappear over the edge. As Arathar, you suddenly feel your body begin to plummet as if like a split second had passed. You feel yourself start to plummet as you go ass over tea kettle for a moment and suddenly see the ground just quickly approaching. The iridescent green getting closer and closer and closer as you flail and try to lean yourself back so that you're not going face first into the moss, but more so ass first. After a very quick moment of feeling like you're falling to your death, you feel your body impact with the moss and feeling as if you're suddenly starting to become enveloped by a very taut piece of fabric. You are suddenly launched back up into the air, as if nearing on whiplash. You are suddenly launched into the air as if momentum has reversed, and you are feeling the wind against your face as you are just shot-rocketed up past Gore. Gore, you watch as the flailing outline of Arathar hits the bottom, stalls for a moment, and you're like, before getting shot up towards you. There is a moment where you watch all of his hair just back as he is launched into the air, and Arathar, you start to catch a bit of slowness in your momentum as you are suddenly flailing around the moment before you begin to fall again. If I could get a, I'm going to say dexterity saving throw from you so that you may use Starlight Step if you wish, before you plummet towards the ground on the opposite side.
Oh my god. That's a 15, and he does use Starlight Step.
15, yes. Gore, you do notice that he does not bounce as far as the rock did. Dodie seemed to be kind of right in that idea. He does get quite a bit of air up on the other side, but he does start to level out in a way that, like, thinking about it, probably wouldn't be too hard of a fall, but maybe for Arathar, before he suddenly disappears from the air in a, like, little bout of silver, like, stardust, and suddenly appears on the opposite side, tripping over his feet and falling onto his knees, but not smacking face first into the dirt. Arathar, you have made it to the opposite side. You are gasping for air at this point.
Is there a rock near me?
Yeah.
I think he just takes a rock and throws it towards the other side. You jackass!
He gets about halfway and then falls into the cliff and bounces towards the other side.
You're not climbing, you're jumping for pushing me.
Gore turns back to Dodie. He asked me to do that, and then he's gonna look back and immediately just jump off the edge.
This scene seems like something out of, like, a book or a theater play or something to you, Dodie, as Gore just turns back, yells towards you, and then leaps off the side of the cliff. Full, like, Mario stance. Just... Gore, now that, since you were not pushed and have a little bit of control over your descent, how are you kind of handling your body before you hit the moss?
He's probably gonna, like, land, like, seated, but, like this. So that, like, his butt and his legs hit at the same time, so when he's launched back up, he can, like, shoot himself like this, if that makes sense.
More like a butt bounce, less like a cannonball.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Because I'll get to that in a second.
Yeah. You feel the sudden descent of your being towards this moss, and it is invigorating. Knowing that this will work and that you're not about to die, this is actually kind of fun. You fall quite a distance before kind of positioning yourself into, like, a seated, like, I'm on a beach chair type position, before you impact with the moss, feeling it almost envelop you up to your shoulders, before suddenly you are bounced back towards the sky. Dodie, you watch Gore disappear, Arathar incredulous on the other side, before suddenly seeing Gore get shot up like a standing straight rocket into the sky. Gore, if I can get a dexterity saving throw.
Can I also use slow fall?
Yes, you can.
I mean, I don't think that really matters anyway. Was it a dexterity saving throw?
Yeah.
That's a 25.
Yeah. You get launched into the air, and suddenly it is like you are just through the air, almost like a shot up firework, just directly up and then a slight curve as you begin to curve towards this opposite cliffside. How are you dealing with your slightly less terrifying descent?
I think he just kind of shoots out, and then he does like where the Hulk launches himself, just kind of lands, and then takes 2 steps, but then like Superman lands.
Nice.
Probably stylefully, or whatever,
Yeah.
in front of Aerithar.
Aerithar, you watch as Gore leaps, suddenly disappears, a bouncing sound, like a comical boing sound, as he is suddenly launched back up right directly in front of you, and just as he lands, skids to a halt, and the dirt around him kind of crumpling up near you, as Gore just lands directly in front of you.
Aerithar just kicks him. Just
What was
fully
that for? You
kicks him.
asked me to do that.
Do you want us to hate you? Is that what you want? You could have just thrown me. You didn't have to push me.
I mean, they're kind of the same thing.
They're not. One I knew would have happened, and the other I didn't.
I mean, it was kind of funny.
I'm so glad that you found my imminent and hypothetical peril amusing. I'm so glad that you could find laughter in that.
Gore's gonna walk back towards the edge to watch Dodie go across.
Dodie, you have just watched all this go down from a distance. What's happening over there?
He's fully standing, like, at the cusp of the woods. Just...
Makes sense.
before returning to what she was trying to do when Aerithar got shoved off a cliff.
Alright, how are you going about this?
I don't know, because she was so angry last time. And so, oh god. Well, you know what? She's pretty pissed off right now, actually. That her magic expert got shoved.
If we ever get anything animated, it's gotta be that.
I feel like I need to put that clip on TikTok. I feel like that's one of the ones that has to go on there.
That's important.
Being as it is the first time this has happened on command, I can't remember if we came up with, like, the reasoning or mechanic for it, which I really should have thought of before now.
We came up with the mechanic for, like, not the mechanic, like the instances in which it would kind of be brought about, but I don't think we ever went over, like, summoning them.
Yeah, there was a homebrew system that we settled on, but didn't end up using on her character sheet. So let me look. There we are.
I would really like it if D&D Beyond would work with me.
Yeah. It is not listed as any kind of action, it's just a trait.
Mm-hmm. Well, she's pretty pissed off right now, yes?
It's between the vision and the cold and the Aerithar getting shoved off a cliff. I would say she's pretty upset at this particular moment.
I would like to know how you feel that she, in this moment, would attempt to invoke this trait that she just realized she had.
I think that much like the other few times that she has actively done any kind of praying, it's more like a silent mumbling under her breath, like just let me do this. Just let me get across the fucking cliff so I can find the magic violin and just let me. I don't want to fucking jump to my death. Please just let me do this.
I'm texting.
Which is not the most eloquent of prayers. Mm-hmm. Great. Yeah, absolutely. I would love to do that.
Cool. You mumbling to yourself feel your body more so start to move than you kind of cognizantly recognizing it move. Mm-hmm. The feeling of your limbs kind of straining against the cold in the air, your joints aching as your eyes are still closed, as you're grumbling and gritting your teeth as you begin to run towards the edge of the cliff. Gore and Erithar, you stop for a moment, bickering, to suddenly hearing the sound of frenzied footsteps as you turn and see Dodie, eyes closed, just running at you. As she starts to reach towards the edge of the cliff, Dodie finishing this kind of angry prayer, your eyes fly open as you leap forward off of the cliff. Would you like to say anything or yell anything at this moment?
Come on, just let me find the fucking violin!
As you do so, you feel your body start to slow midair, the wind whipping around you, and just before you feel your body start to be pulled down towards gravity, something like a ripple in the muscles of your back start to ache and then shoot out as your wings again appear in a flash of golden light behind you. You beat them against the wing, kind of awkwardly as the wind kind of whips you around for a moment, kind of getting your bearings. You've only done this once before eventually managing to get some sort of rhythm before reaching the opposite side and kind of, as if you're stuttering, kind of coming to a halt on the other side. Wings still out and kind of protecting you a little bit from the wind.
I love to think that Erithar had stormed over to Gore as she jumped and, grabbed him by the shirt to yell at him some more, and the wings rolled out, and he looked and he just lets go of Gore and watches her float over.
Gore throws up a hand. She cheated! And turns around.
She's gonna walk very, very silently over to Erithar and mumble under her breath, "Would you like me to throw him off again?"
When he's not expecting it, later on. When we find another cliff.
Understood. That was completely idiotic of you. Turns her attention toward Gore.
I tried to tell you that he told me to do it.
I didn't.
I don't believe that for a second.
He asked if I could throw him off, and I did!
You did not throw the shove.
I didn't.
That's the same thing!
No, it's not!
Now, if you had said, "Hey, Erithar, I'm going to shove you," I would have at least known it was coming. I would have protested, but I at least would have expected it. I didn't expect that.
Should always expect the unexpected.
Expect snakes in your bedroll, and she starts walking.
Okay.
He's gonna walk and follow her, glaring at Gore the entire time he does so.
Alright. Gore, I'm assuming you follow?
Yeah.
The three of you begin to walk back now onto the opposite side of this hill and towards the other forest on this side. As you begin to walk through the trees, Dodie, you remember what Rorik said about the markings on the trees. And for a moment, as you step in several feet into the forest, at first you don't see any markings. And it kind of catches you off guard for a moment. But as you take another step forward, you bounce a little bit, and then look back down and realize that the entire time that you've been walking on these trails and bounced at any point, it's because you've stepped on moss. Stealing yourself a little bit, you continue to walk further. Forward a little bit, eventually you look up at one of these strange pine trees with the huge trunk several feet across, and you see on its bark, painted in dark purple paint, surprisingly, one of the symbols from the piece of parchment that you have. It's that same sort of triangle with the bit sticking through it with the dot.
Mm-hmm.
You immediately notice this as the purple kind of stands out along the brown of the tree bark with the blue pine needles around it. You pull out the piece of parchment?
Yeah, just to double check.
Mm-hmm.
Or hunch. Okay, this makes sense now. So I guess be on the lookout for the next one.
That would make sense.
Mm-hmm. Yep. If I could get a perception check from whoever is going forward, unless multiple people would like to be up front on this hike.
Can Dodie just take advantage again,
Yeah,
since they're
fine.
both at the front?
Cool.
Simple.
16.
Alright. The three of you start to walk further into this forest, passing by these different trees and bits of bouncy moss. Now that you kind of know what is happening, it's a little bit easier to avoid them if necessary, or if you want to, specifically step on them so that you have a little bouncy on your journey. But you continue down this apparent marked trail, and after a little bit of walking, you notice another one of these symbols, and also one of the other ones. You look around and you can see all three symbols on three different trees in vastly different directions.
Are they in a particular order on the paper?
Yeah.
The triangle-y one, was that the first one on there?
Yes.
Okay. She kind of mutters this out loud. So if we followed that one to get here, surely we follow the next one in the list, right?
Would make sense if it was, well, I feel like if it was too exceedingly difficult, he would have let us know.
Right.
Yeah, I feel like we just follow them in order and just repeat the cycle.
Good. Thank
And if
you.
we get lost, we can blame him.
I like the way you think. Right?
Okay. Next one?
Mm-hmm.
So you're going with the second one on the list?
Yes.
You start to walk in that direction, kind of veering off towards the left. It kind of takes you down a little bit of a hill and around this kind of curve as you see it kind of come to a large boulderous wall. There's really no other way to go except for in that direction as you kind of feel it begin to curve. You're walking for a little bit of time, and it almost gets a little bit difficult to find your way in this, what is almost a ravine of these rocky-like structures. After a moment, you're walking, and it feels like you've gotten back to the bit of forest that you need to be on to move forward, before you notice that it's looking a little familiar. And as you step forward again, you are right back where you were with the 3 trees in front of you.
Okay, well, I guess I'm just a fucking idiot then.
He said follow the symbols. You would assume that that means the same kind of symbol. You would think that he would have noticed if there was a catch to anything.
Unless he's still testing us. Okay. So, what, do we go back to the first one?
Yes, maybe I would say maybe we just follow the first symbol, but that seems too easy as well.
If we end up having to go down the first one, then the second one, then the third one in order, I'm going to commit a crime.
I think that's understandable. Let's follow the first one, and if we just end up back here, then the second one, and then the third one, and if it's neither one of those,
We just die.
that would be preferable.
Okay. Great.
So,
Is Gore still following?
Yeah. He's just watching from the back.
Nothing to contribute.
so what are you doing?
They're going down the one with the first marking now.
Okay. You start to move in that direction. Now kind of taking off towards the right a little bit, kind of off to the side as you continue that way. And it seems to not be as confusing as the one that you had just done, and the trek seems to be happening a little bit quicker now, as it's more of a downward slope and you pick up speed as you do so, until it gets to where you're looking for another marking on a tree or something that will indicate where you're going. As, can I get the 3 of you to make dexterity saving throws?
Oh.
Oh, baby. Use my good stat finally.
13.
13?
4.
24.
24. As the 3 of you are kind of going a bit further, Dodie and Arathar, you're starting to look out for the next symbol on a tree, as the 3 of you all kind of at the same time, basically, hit a patch of this sloped, wooded area that is just completely covered in ice, and just begin to slide down the hill. Picking up speed, Dodie, you start to just rolling down the hill. As Arathar, you manage to catch yourself a little bit, but manage to kind of hit a bump and like air launch yourself for a little bit before landing back on the ground and sliding to the bottom of the hill. Gore, you like Silver Surfer your way down that shit and just skid to a halt at the bottom, completely fine.
He's having such a good time right now.
Dodie, there are twigs and leaves in your hair now, and it's a mess. Your back kind of hurts too, I'm not gonna lie.
He'll help her up as she gets up, glaring at Gore as he Silver Surfers down. Public enemy number 1.
We've finally reached the things that he is good at.
There's a twig in your teeth.
Thanks. Kind of brushes herself off as dignified as she can be and starts walking again.
Okay. As you stand back up with Arathar's very kind hand, as Gore is just kind of standing off to the side looking around, you stand up and the three of you take a step forward and realize there are again 3 more trees, different trees this time, but 3 more trees with the 3 symbols in front of you.
So this time we take the second one?
Yes.
Unless we want to
And then
send
the
Gore a
end-
different way, just to cover our bases.
I would say yes, but we might encounter something that requires his level of strength. And if the two of us fall, maybe he'll catch us, or at least he'll tell other people we're dead. Second symbol would make sense.
Great.
So we're going with the second symbol on the list.
Yes.
Okay. The 3 of you veer off again into the woods, continuing further, and start to walk a bit further, and a bit further, and a bit further, looking for this symbol. Kind of now a little bit more careful about where you're stepping across the leaves, checking for any bits of ice or kind of frosted over underbrush. And as you continue further, you feel like you haven't been walking for very long before you are suddenly met again with the hill that you just slid down and the 3 trees that you were just at in front of you.
Are we at the bottom of the hill, or do we have to go down it again?
You are at the bottom of the hill. You are at the place where you just decided which tree to go for.
Maybe it is just the first one.
Okay. Brilliant. Just starts walking down the path of the first tree. I swear to God, Arathar and Gore can smell smoke coming out of her ear.
So, the first symbol on the list?
Yes.
Okay. You continue walking further. After a while, you start to notice where the land kind of levels out a little bit, and you're on the lookout again for any pieces of ice that you can slip off of. This pathway seems a lot less treacherous than before, and you don't see any familiar trees so far. You keep going a little bit further, and a little bit further, before you start to see the forest thinning up ahead. You see again a tree in front of you that has that same first symbol on it, before eventually you see a little bit past it that the forest thins out and becomes almost the crest of another hill. Just a plain grassy hill in front of you. Walking past this last tree with this first symbol on it, as you walk out into this kind of clearing hill crest, you see a movement along the side. You all kind of immediately turn your eyes towards the edge of the hill and see a familiar shape of a centaur beginning his trek up the hill. He walks up to kind of the apex point of this hill in front of you, stopping and looking around before looking back and seeing the 3 of you.
Be mean to the person we need. Will not be mean to the person we need.
I'm not going to speak.
Good idea. And she walks over to him.
He is standing up on kind of the apex of this hill, just kind of looking out over everything, and then back to the 3 of you approaching.
The instructions were not the most clear.
In what way?
You said follow the markings. You did not say specifically follow just the first one on the list that you gave me.
Well, yeah, because the description next to them explains what they are.
What?
The descriptions next to them.
The ones that we can't read.
He can. Points towards Gore.
Gore walks up and grabs a sheet of paper and fucking reads that.
They're in Thieves' Cant. The descriptions are in Thieves' Cant, so to Dodie, they looked like gibberish common, and to Arathar, they just looked like a bunch of letters strung together. But Gore, they're like nonsense phrases that mean certain things. So the first one is a nonsense phrase that says this path, basically means this pathway. The second one is basically you're going in circles, and the third one is you're in for a ride, basically. Like it's gonna be difficult.
Yeah, it says just follow the first one. Hands it back.
You can read more than one language.
Hmm?
Never mind. We'll...
She's gonna find another rock on the ground and just chuck it as hard as she can at a tree.
You just beat it against a tree, and it just kind of hits the wood and falls to the ground. And a pretty good aim.
Mr. Gore, that one was not your fault, I will say. We didn't ask you to look at it. However, it would be nice to know how many languages you speak in the future. Can you only speak 2?
Well, Thieves' Cant isn't really a language.
Well, read.
Yeah, it's just Thieves' Cant.
Writing.
But
Scribbles,
you said you
whatever.
can only read Draconic.
Yeah, well, this isn't like a language.
Never mind. We're going, yes. To the next.
Yeah.
We'll follow your lead, sir.
Alright. And he turns and begins to walk down the hill.
Oh god, I'm eating this shit up.
I love this because Gore technically can't read what it says. He's just memorized certain phrases.
I'm not convinced I learned how to read. I just think I know a lot of words.
Oh, that's so great. Okay.
Oh my god.
You all begin to follow him down the hill. You can see that it's mostly just a gentle slope down towards what seems to be the meeting of a couple different foothills and mountains. It doesn't seem that there's any water at the bottom of this hill as opposed to the other parts of the fjords, but you continue behind him. He's a bit easier to keep track of here as there are no trees for him to disappear into, but he does walk quite fast, and you kind of do have to keep up with him. After a moment, he starts to lead you down kind of at the bottom of this hill, in between the others, almost where it creates narrow, almost pathway valleys between the hills. As you continue further, you start to feel as the hills block most of the wind at this point, and you're thankful for the reprieve of the just biting, icy wind. It looks like soon it will probably start to do some sort of participation. You're unsure if it will be snow again, or given the lightning and the thunder, if it will actually rain, or who's to say what it will do, but the storm clouds seem to be closing in even faster. Eventually, he starts to lead you down a very narrow valley where you have to go basically one by one. What's the order that you guys are following him in?
Gore would like to be at the front.
Okay.
She's gonna let him.
Also, while they're walking, he's gonna catch up to him at one point.
Okay. Are we doing like Gore, Dodie, Arathar?
I was gonna go second.
Okay.
Yeah, she's at the back so that she doesn't wring Gore's neck.
Cool. Got it. Gore, you try to step up close behind Rorik, you said, yes?
Yeah.
As the three of you kind of begin to wind between this, like, very narrow valley.
How'd you know I knew thieves can?
What do you mean?
You just knew I could read that.
Well, I'm assuming if this coincidence is as funny as I think it is.
See, you keep saying that. I'm gonna need you to elaborate a little bit
Or what?
on this coincidence. You keep saying that, like, I'm familiar.
You seem familiar.
Yeah. You. And you just happen to know that I knew thieves can, or a little bit of it at least.
Well, you know, it seems a bit interesting. What brought the three of you together? I mean, you're quite far from home. So I guess I kind of assumed your origins.
Yeah.
These travels are quite different than I think probably the three of you are used to. I imagine the snow ain't something that you're used to. So I find the coincidence quite, interesting. I heard of a traveler like you, and then you show up, I banked on the coincidence.
These people you were telling me about earlier. What can you tell me about them?
Passing by, a couple travelers, didn't seem to know each other too well.
Any, like, features you remember?
Depends on which one you're talking about.
Start with the easiest one.
Well, that one little fella just drank me out of ale, so probably start with him. Nasty little rascal, I'd say. I think he was from Pyasana, I think it was. Something of the sort. Not entirely sure why he was traveling.
What about the next one?
Well, there was that set of triplets, they were quite interesting. Yeah, they was elves, I believe. Triplets, elves, yeah. 3 different hair colours though, a bit of interesting. We're going through this way, and he kind of veers off down kind of like a split. They told some interesting stories, I think, but they were quite quiet spoken as well. Yeah, we just need to go through this way. They were quite far from home too. I guess all travellers have that in common. You probably feel pretty out of place. The 3 of you will just go through this way. And he kind of stands back and motions the 3 of you forward through kind of like a rock archway.
Or walks through.
I'm assuming you 2 follow. After the 3 of you step into kind of this open space, another one of these small, like, alleyway kind of narrow valleys, Rorik kind of stops in the archway and just kind of stands there and stops moving as the 3 of you look forward and see in the middle of this little crevasse of a valley there's a single tree. The trunk has kind of grown up and out as if the tree was reaching out towards the sky and the sun in between these two hills. But the trunk itself is gnarled in places, and actually towards the front that faces you has grown into the shape of a shelf. As well, above this, in the middle of the tree, there is an arch-like hole all the way through the trunk. The limbs of the tree are nearly bare, except for a couple small green leaves that sprout on a couple different gnarled-looking branches. As well, what immediately stands out to the three of you is that there are just items hanging from the branches of the tree, as well as several pieces of, like, different fruits, which are growing from the branches. None of the fruits seem to be the same fruit, and this tree doesn't really look like the tree that would grow any of these fruits, but these items and fruits hang kind of gently swaying in the wind. As well, as you step up to it, you can see that there is a circle of stones around the tree, and on the opposite side, there is another kind of rough, natural stone archway that leads out further down into this valley.
Does he follow us into here?
He steps into the place with you and then just stops.
What sort of items are on the tree?
Let's see. Do you just want me to list them out for you?
Yeah.
She pulls the paper off.
Yeah. Because, it's just a bunch of items. I'm not going to make you do a perception check for this, because they're pretty easy to see. There is a large leather-wrapped flask, a dried-out rose, a strange-looking, like, metal shape with, like, a wind-up lever, like, almost like a Jack-in-the-Box wind-up thing, but just, like, a weird metal shape. A semi-translucent silk bag of marbles. 2 teacups, a teapot, 2 teacups and a teapot in a fabric holster, a roll of nearly translucent parchment, and a red magnifying glass.
He takes the paper out and unrolls it, kind of looks at the sketch of the tree and the writing underneath it that says replace and reinvent, question mark?
Yes.
She kind of mumbles that out loud. Mr. Polymuse, can you provide us with any more insight into what we are doing here?
He reaches into his bag and pulls out a piece of chalk. In case you need it.
What does that mean?
He just points towards the shelf on the tree.
Do we each leave something on the shelf that says replace? Do we leave something on the shelf and we take something that's hanging off of the branches? Is that how it works?
He kind of settles back, leaning against the stone wall a little bit.
You know, it's really not fair for you to do all of the research and then not tell us what you found out.
I did the research on the artifact. I knew how to get here.
Right, but we don't know what to do from here.
Yes, I know that.
Eartha's rifling through his bag to find something to put on the shelf, just not looking at him, or he'll explode.
I don't make the rules of the deities.
I'm trying to help the fucking deity, so if he could just cut me some slack here.
Then I'll say I suggest you read what is written on the fucking tree that I just pointed to.
There's something written there.
I sure didn't catch that.
If you would have walked up and looked at it.
I think as they leave, Gore kind of leans back a little bit. See what I got to deal with? And then he walks up to meet them.
She's gonna walk up and she's gonna read what's on the fucking tree.
Alright. I'm assuming the two of you also walk up.
Yeah.
As the three of you walk up to this shelf that is made into this tree, you look down at the gnarled wood and can see, like, kind of carved into, almost engraved into the smooth wood here, are a couple of sentences. As the three of you walk up, you each notice something different, though. As Dodie, you see very clearly that it is written in Common, whereas Erithar, as you walk up, you see it written in Elvish. And Gore, as you walk up, quite conveniently, you see it written in Draconic. To each of you, it says, "All that we see and hear is interpretation of what was seen and heard. Replace and reinvent. Move forward lest we fall back. Take only what can be re-given."
Can you repeat that from the top for me?
Yes. All that we see and hear is interpretation of what was seen and heard. Replace and reinvent. Move forward lest we fall back. Take only what can be re-given. As well, now that I think all of you have written that down, next to it there is a small stone tablet that is like set into and nearly envelop and grown around next to the quote.
I'm going to assume aforementioned statement that we probably leave something and then take something that we can, I don't know, re-gift, apparently.
Gore, are you doing anything?
He's thinking. Is there anything written on the stone tablet?
Nope.
Okay.
Just like a piece of slate.
Chalkboard.
Yeah. Approximately. Probably. Given that Rorik is still standing over there just kind of absent-mindedly holding a piece of chalk. Like you said, in case you need it.
Can you read it off to me one more time?
Yes. All
Take
that we
things better out
see
loud.
and hear is interpretation of what was seen and heard. Replace and reinvent. Move forward lest we fall back. Take only what can be re-given.
So the move forward part, I think at least means that we have to go out the opposite door than the one we came in. Otherwise, whatever we take, we'll lose. That's one piece of the puzzle.
Yes.
Oh no.
Oh,
Oh no, he died.
what
Wow.
happened? Come back. Come back. They are so frustrated with him. It is so funny to me. Oh, the screen is so messed up.
When will our sorcerer return from the war?
Oh,
There he is.
you just had to say
It did the
something.
thing again, where it just pushed me out. Oh my god.
Huh.
Who has?
Was I frozen before?
Mm-mm. You just
I
kind of
didn't.
Yeah,
combusted.
Okay.
imploded,
Alright.
one might say.
One might.
So, anything?
I'm not gonna lie, I'm really stuck on the fact that what we're looking for changes shape depending on who's using it. Because I don't know what it looked like last. But if this thing just gives us any random violin, because that's what I draw, we're no better off than we were before.
It says take only what can be re-given.
Does that mean re-give it to the tree or give it to somebody else? Because we're going to give it to somebody else.
I would assume that was my initial assumption, is that it's give to anyone else, but that could be multiple things on the tree. There's only one thing on there that you wouldn't re-gift to someone, and it's the dried up rose. Unless that is the one thing that stands out from the others, so a little different. Side that just goes out of the clearing. There's nothing like towards
Sorry,
it.
can you repeat that? You cut out for the first couple words.
The archway on the other side, that just like there's nothing significant past it. It's
like the
just another
continuation
trail.
of the valley, but it looks like it makes a sharp right turn. So you can't see past it.
Do we think we're getting the violin here, or is it something else? And then we go through it, and what's past here is the violin.
I didn't even think about that.
This just feels like another test to me. This doesn't feel like the real thing.
Okay. So there's a shelf and then there's a tablet, right?
Yes. question following that, or?
No, not yet.
Alright. I feel like Dr. Evil is just sitting over here like...
It's because that there's a bag of marbles on the tree because she's lost a couple.
Yeah, there is... Yeah, the silk bag full of marbles.
Do I get the sense that if I touch something on this tree, something horrible is going to happen to me?
Make an insight check.
Great. Ideal. 17?
17. The things on the tree kind of sway with the branches in the wind and kind of clang together in places, and it doesn't seem like anything is particularly delicate, and Rorik seems to be just kind of leaning against the wall over there. You feel like if something was about to explode or something, that he'd be standing a little bit further away. This doesn't seem like it's going to attack you in any way.
Great.
If that's what you're asking.
Essentially. Or I'm gonna get swallowed up by a super health.
You know what? Igor would do this. He's gonna walk up to the shelf, and he's gonna take out his triangle, and he's gonna put it on the shelf.
Oh my god!
You put it
And
on
then
the
he's
shelf?
gonna, yeah.
Okay.
And then he's gonna walk over to the strange metal shape
Okay.
with the wind-up lever,
Okay.
and he's gonna take it off.
Okay, you kind of stand up on one of like the gnarled roots of the tree, leaning up, pulling the branch down, and pulling this strange metal shape off of it. As you set back down, now holding it in your hands, it's probably about this big. It's not very large. As you do so, you step back, looking back down towards the triangle, and watch as it suddenly gets pulled through the center hole of the tree, disappearing and appearing on a branch farther up. You are now holding this metal object.
He's gonna start to wind the lever.
Okay, you start to wind it up a little bit further, and a little bit further, and a little bit further, until you feel it kind of wind up till it stops. Are you like just holding it? Are you letting it go? Or are you like, what are you doing with it?
Nothing happens when it finishes. It just stops.
Well, you just kind of wind it up, and now you're just kind of holding it. Are you taking your hand off the thing?
Yeah, he's gonna let go of
Okay.
the wind.
Who do you think of?
The only person he ever thinks of.
Okay. You take your hand off the thing, and you feel the lever start to slowly unwind back in place. As it does so, you start to hear the sound of waves and the sound of fighting. As if somewhere, someone is sparring. Are you doing anything?
He's just holding this box now fully enveloped.
You can hear the sound of the sea and seagulls and sparring until it finishes unwinding and it stops.
I think he's just sitting there, like, standing still, looking at the box for a few moments.
Okay. While Gore is entranced, are either of you doing anything?
Yeah, Aerithar watches him do that, and he'll go through his bag. He'll pull out, like, a flask full of, like, some old, like, liquid or, like, little rocks or something.
Didn't you make a flask full of coffee at one point?
Did he?
I don't remember. I don't remember if that was this...
That sounds familiar.
Yeah.
You know what?
He might. You know, didn't he like he took it to go or something? I don't think he ever drank it.
Yeah.
Yeah, he pulls out the flask of coffee and he just puts it on the
Okay. You set it on
And-
the shelf.
Yeah, and he'll take the He'll take the translucent parchment.
Okay. You kind of following Gore's move, kind of climb up onto the side of the tree, pulling a branch down towards you and taking the parchment off of the tree. As you step back, holding the roll of parchment in your hands, Jesus Christ, you watch as the flask slowly is pulled back through the hole in the tree, disappears, and appears on a branch above you. It's like I said, nearly translucent. It's got like a slight, like almost like wax paper look to it, and it's tied up with a piece of just twine, like really just plain looking twine.
I guess while Dodie's doing it, we'll unwrap it and just see if there's any writing on it.
You start to unroll it. It is quite a big roll of parchment. Like it could be cut or torn into multiple pieces, but there is nothing written on it.
We'll roll it back up.
Okay.
There's like nothing on it at all.
Mm-mm.
Okay.
It looks, if you were to guess, by the items here, actually make an insight check for me.
Interesting.
Or he's gonna wind up the box again while he's doing this.
Okay.
23.
23. As you're kind of looking at it, you unroll it, and you notice that one side is torn and one side is perfectly cut. Like the interior side where it was rolled up the tightest is like perfectly cut versus the other side that was torn that you kind of pull out to unroll it. And looking at all of the other items on the tree and what you just put up on the tree, you're getting the feeling that this was somebody's roll of parchment. For whatever reason, why they had this type of parchment, you're not sure, but this was somebody's roll of parchment that they were using and tearing pieces off of, and then just gave to the tree. So, there's nothing written on it, but it is like a decent amount of weird, but usable parchment.
He'll then roll it back up and put it in his pack.
Gore, you begin to try to wind up the thing again.
Yeah.
You get one full rotation and it stops.
He really deflates at that and just throws it into his bag.
Okay. Dodie, you watch as both Gore and Erithar do this. You also watch Gore step off to the side, wind it up, and just stare at it for a while. But
after calming down a little bit, she is going to return to Rorik and very humbly take the chalk piece from him, and return to. Thank you. And return to the stone tablet where she wants to test a hypothesis first.
okay.
And is going to draw her best imitation of the coffee flask that Erithar just put up there.
Okay. You just draw that
Yeah.
and then just wait? Or are you doing... Is that... I'm just asking.
Hang on. I think she waits for a second to see what happens, but she's going to go ahead and start forming a contingency plan.
Okay. You draw, like, looking back up at it and then looking back down to kind of start to draw. You draw the best that you can, as accurately as you can, the coffee flask that was just put up there. As you pull the chalk away, you wait for a couple seconds and you watch the chalk just disappear.
She reaches over and she takes the flask off the tree the best that she can. I mean, is it pretty high up still?
Won't come off.
Doesn't go anywhere. Great. Okay. Okay, that's good information to have. I'm trying to... Oh boy, oh boy. Sorry, I've really... I'm... puzzled by this.
Eric kind of walks over to her. I assume she's still next to the tablet.
Yeah.
Yeah. What is it?
I'm... just... I feel like since stuff went into the tree before going out onto a different branch, that it might be possible to cull something out of it, but I have no idea what might be in there except for the one specific thing we're looking for. And so I feel like the best course of action to do that is to attempt to draw it, but I can't remember the last form that the thing was in, and I'm trying to search my memory for it.
Can I make a intelligence check to remember what the last form it took was?
Yeah.
And all the fucking reading?
Yeah, make an intelligence check, we'll say, and I'll scroll back up there in my notes, because I scrolled down to the list of things that were on the tree.
I don't remember if I wrote it down, and it's like...
Yes. My notes are all over the place for this session.
17?
17. The last form that it took was a flute. Well, that's what you remember it to be.
I recall that the last physical form it took was a flute.
One of the easier instruments to draw. Good to know. And she's gonna do her best to make an approximation of it.
So you draw a picture of a flute.
Yes.
You kind of draw it out as best you can, scribbling down the shape, the outline, a little bit of shading. And you pull the piece of chalk back, and you wait a couple seconds, and the drawing disappears.
She's going to wait for a second, dig into her bag, and find the little blue notebook that had all the information that Oliel gave her.
Mm-hmm.
And she's going to place it on one of the tree branches.
Okay. Oh, are you placing it down on the shelf?
Yes, whatever the guys were doing
Yes.
to get their stuff sucked up.
Yes. Okay.
And then draws a flute.
Okay, you draw the flute. You pull the chalk back, and after a couple seconds,
Concertina.
the drawing disappears.
But the book doesn't go anywhere.
Nope.
Cora's gonna walk up to Dodie. Can I see that? Takes the chalk and in Draconic writes dream.
Okay. You write down dream. You pull the chalk back. About 5 seconds instead of 3 passes. And then the word just disappears.
Ah, that was my guess. Hands back the chalk.
Aerithar will take the chalk, or kind of offer his hand to take it from Dodie again, and he'll go to draw the rose.
Okay. You draw the rose. After about 3 seconds, the drawing disappears.
That's it?
Yep.
The notebook, okay. Do you maybe take something and we draw something after? Or do you genuinely think it's a combination we're missing?
I don't know, because when I tried to... I don't know.
Can I see that one more time?
How
Yes.
about it?
Hands it to...
In Draconic again. Ooh. He's gonna write home.
Okay. You write home. It disappears.
Damn it. Hands it back. Ah, that one's a bust too.
Alright, I'm sick of drawing, and she's going to write out Sonneteer's Remembrance this time,
Okay.
using her words.
You write out Sonneteer's Remembrance. And then it disappears.
Alright guys, hear me out. So we give an item to take an item, and then all that we see or hear from the item is an interpretation of what can be seen and heard.
What do you mean
All of
seen
these
and heard
items-
from the item?
All of these items have to do with seeing and hearing. Like what you see on your scroll.
Nothing. Like,
Try writing down nothing on there.
he writes down nothing.
It disappears.
Damn it. You know what? I thought I was onto something. I think I'm done for the day.
I appreciate your efforts. He's gonna look over at the fucking ass of a man and see if has he done anything? Is he still just hanging out there?
He's hanging out there and he's kind of rubbing at his temple a little bit.
We would appreciate your assistance if you're allowed to offer any.
How would you like it?
How does the chalk come into play here and the tablet? Do we write a word? Do we draw something?
All I can say is it can be used in the offering process.
He was just giving us a substitute item in case we didn't have anything. Is that right?
Close. There's a different type of offering that you can give with it. I don't think any of it is necessarily in the three of your wheelhouses, but, you know, you're in Bardic land, it makes sense.
Oh. Music notes, like a song. Like to...
Guys, I gave away my triangle.
Sorry, gore cracks me up.
Oh my god, that was funny.
Doughty just takes something from the tree.
Going to take her notebook back because it's valuable and put, oh boy. What's something she has that's helpful? She's going to put her little torch out of her adventuring gear
Okay.
on the branch, and she's going to try to take the magnifying glass.
Okay. You put the torch down on the shelf, reaching up, kind of climbing a little bit, and taking the magnifying glass down. The torch disappears through the hole in the tree and appears on one of the branches above you.
Step 1 complete. Now what?
Rorik Hollowmuse immediately starts walking towards the other archway. And just walks through the archway on the opposite side.
It really was just that simple, huh? Blink with one eye open, Robert.
Gore's immediately following him.
I literally said what it was going to be, and then he was like, look at these words, and it made it far more complicated than it needed to be.
Doty started asking questions, so he was like, just look at it.
Aerithar storms after Gore.
And follows.
The three of you walk through the archway on the opposite side. As you do so, you watch the rocks of the archway shift slightly as if they're going to fall on you, and then shift back into place as the three of you walk through the archway. We're at 3 hours. I think we should probably take a break here. I was going to stop it earlier, but then we got into all that and I couldn't stop it during. So I think we should take a break now before we get into the rest of this, yes?
Yeah, I'm down.
All right. We will be right back. break. There we go. We're back. Okay. Oh, love it. Love it, love it, love it. Do I want... I'm not going to change the music just yet. A little bit further with this music. So, having gotten through whatever this tree section was, Rorik continues forward down this last little bit of what seems to be like winding, shallow valley. As you continue further, he starts to slow down until eventually you see the hills start to pull away and an opening, as if like an ending to this like almost trailway of valleys, opens up into just open air. Stepping forward a bit further, you see that there is a small bit of land with a couple bushes and a few very scattered trees, before eventually it turns into a beach. And before you, there is a ginormous lake. The air around you begins to whip again as you step out from the shelter of the valleys into the windy open air. You see in the distance, now less distant than before, giant storm clouds approaching. The air is icy, and again it starts to cut into you through your clothing and armor. And every once in a while you can see a single snowflake fall. Every couple of minutes. Not anything that you would necessarily say it's snowing, but every once in a while you see that little piece of ice. Rorik continues to walk down towards the beach, eventually stopping where it kind of becomes less so sand and more so ground up little bits of pebbles. He stops on the beach and looks back at the three of you to approach.
We approach.
He points out towards the center of this nearly completely still lake and points down. You see it down there? Make perception
down.
checks.
Natural 20.
Natural 20.
That's a 13.
Alright.
Or we'll look too.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
Actually, is it a hold on.
13.
13. As he points down, you can see the water of this lake is crystal clear. It is smooth and beautiful and a bright, bright blue. And as he points down towards the center of the lake, you can see how deep it goes. The lake slopes down until it's near and complete darkness. Not so deep that all light disappears, but deep enough that in the low light of the overcast sky, it gets a very deep blue. And at the bottom you can see the shimmer of light, and you can see Dodie especially. I'd say Dodie specifically, you can see the outline of a building with what looks to be two torches on the front of it. Not quite sure how that's working, but someone's gonna have to open the doors before it can be, gotten to.
Or how good of a swimmer are you?
He's already taking off his shirt.
Also, Gore,
Sexy.
can you make a check for me?
Yeah, what kind of check are we making?
The kind of check that he tends to make.
That's an 18.
18. Amusement and questioning. very intense questioning. Okay. So Gore has taken off his shirt.
And he's gonna dive in.
All right. Rorik kind of stands back a little bit, watching as you rush up towards the water, jumping in, freezing immediately. This water is so fucking cold.
Yeah.
Holy shit, is this water cold. But you jump in, and you immediately start swimming down towards this building. You open your eyes under the water, and there's no sting like salt water. It's fresh water, it seems. Cold as hell, and now your eyeballs are cold, which is not a sensation you're particularly used to, but you continue, pushing further and further down into the darkening water. You keep swimming, and what is your swim speed?
Uh-oh, I don't know.
I don't remember.
Actually, I think lizards have.
40
Yeah,
feet.
swimming 40 feet as well.
Yeah, okay. Alright. You start to swim further and further down, the water getting even colder and colder as you go. The light above starts to mimic something that feels now very intimately familiar. As well as lightning strikes out above with the thunder, you are reminded somehow even further of your dream.
I had a feeling. God damn it.
You feel that same bit of amusement wash over you. You swim down a little bit further, and a little bit further, and a little bit further, and your lungs start to burn a little bit from holding your breath. And then you get that feeling of questioning that washes over you. And you push a little bit further, and a little bit further. You can see the building in front of you now in the darkness, the low light of it casting shadows across the bottom of the lake. But you push a little bit further, and your lungs are hurting. Can you make a, let's say, athletics check at disadvantage for me?
Disadvantage?
Yes.
That's a D12. Use his dice for this bad boy. That is a disadvantage of 15.
Okay. You continue swimming. Your fingers are starting to ache, and your joints are starting to strain against the water. And the urge to breathe in is growing larger and larger, yet the urge to push all the air out of your lungs is even stronger. You're swimming down further and further, pushing yourself through this dark water, and you start to feel something push back. As if you are suddenly swimming against a strong current. The closer you get towards the building, the more it starts to push back against you. Instinctually, bubbles start to escape from your mouth as you push a bit further and a bit further and a bit further, but you don't seem to be making any headway. As if you are swimming against a tidal wave of current, it is pushing you back and back and back as you swim forward again and again and again. That feeling of questioning suddenly feels as if it's settled like a constant in your spine. Can you make a constitution, just a check for me?
Okay. It's a natural 20.
Natural 20. Okay.
This is a 23.
You push further. and you feel the moment that water starts to seep into your mouth. Yet you hold, scrunching your eyes shut, and you are pushed back. You do not inhale water into your lungs, and you do not scrape against the bottom of this rocky lake as you are shoved back and thrown back onto shore, landing right in front of Rorik Hollowmuse, who looks down at you.
What the fuck? God damn it. He kind of rears his shoulders back, looks at the others, looks back to Rorik. I'm just supposed to swim down there and open the door, right? He's gonna sit there and catch his breath for a little bit. Points to Aerithar. I don't have like a spell or anything to help me out here.
I don't think so. No. The closest thing is protection from evil and good, which is more of a... not really an endurance-based. Well, unless there's something hostile down there.
What happened?
Something doesn't want me down there. And he grunts and he's gonna dive back in.
Okay. You start to swim down towards the bottom of the lake again, now feeling slightly less cold since you're kind of used to the sensation by this point. You continue to swim down and down and down, pushing against the water as you start to reach the point where you're starting to now expect the pushback. Can you make another athletics check with disadvantage?
Okay. D20. Where have you gone? Wait. Use my new metal one.
Clinky, clinky.
Okay. It's one more. It's a 16.
Okay. You continue to swim down, and you start to feel the current push back towards you. You can see the building in front of you. You can see the doorway, and you can see what looks to be a large lever on the front of it, surrounded by what look to be torches, though the flame does not seem to move underwater. It seems to be stagnant, as if frozen in time. It's odd to you, but you continue to swim forward, more focused on fighting the current than you are taking in the surrounding architecture. You continue to swim further, and you start to feel your lungs begin to burn again, and that feeling is starting to become too familiar to you, given the dreams and now this, that you're beginning to get angry. As well, that feeling of questioning has not left. It has somehow settled itself at the back of your skull and has not left or faded whatsoever. You continue to push forward, and can I get you to make a constitution check?
Just regular check. That 14.
14. You are suddenly shoved back again, all the air expelling from your lungs as you hit the bottom of the lake, as you scrape along just slightly. You take 2 points of bludgeoning damage as you are thrust back up, washing up along the shore again at Rorik's feet.
God fucking damn it!
Get up.
He gets up again.
Again.
And he runs and he dives in again.
Okay. Make an athletics check at
God
disadvantage.
damn it. Fucking shit. The 25! That was double 19s.
Alright. God. You start to swim down again. Hearing
It ain't over.
not only hearing the words from your dreams again in your ears as if they're echoing in your memory, but now hearing Rorik's words as well. Not angry, not sad, just neutral, telling you to get up and try again. You dive back in and begin to push further and further against the water. You are swimming harder and harder as you're trying to get down faster, thinking maybe if I go the fastest I can go the strongest I can go. You begin to push against the water, feeling that burning in your lungs again, that need to expel the air from the pressure as you swim further and further down. The current starts up and you begin to fight against it, gritting your teeth as you clench your jaw and swim harder and harder, pulling at the water as if you're clawing at stone. You feel your feet hit the bottom of the bank of this weird looking building now that you're looking at it. It's odd, as if coming at different angles and almost warped in places. It looks metallic in the low light of this lake, but you push further, now fighting as if you're walking against the current, feet gritted into the soft sand and sharp pebbles of this ground as you continue to fight harder and harder. Bubbles are beginning to escape from your lungs as you finally make it, still fighting against a current that seems to be coming out of the doorway, though it is closed, until you finally reach this lever. Can you make a athletics check, not with disadvantage, to open the door?
Ooh, okay. I mean, 18.
18. You finally get a hand on the lever, pulling your other shoulder forward and getting the other hand on it as you begin to pull it down against the current with all of your might. You feel the bubbles continue to escape your mouth. And you're getting to the point where you're pulling so hard that you're wondering if you're even going to get it down. You lose all the air in your lungs until you can feel the moment that you are about to breathe in water when the lever clicks into place. As it does so, you feel the ground shake for a moment and the doors almost shift into place. As that happens, you feel the water begin to seep into your lungs, spilling in through your nose and down your throat as you feel your lungs begin to fill up with water. As you look up and see the water part above you. Suddenly, as if waves were crashing down on you, you are shoved to the bottom of this lake floor as the water parts, and the two of you on the shore watch as a sudden pathway is carved through the water and parted. You see Gore now on his knees, coughing up lungfuls of water at the bottom of this lake in front of this building. Rorik turns to the two of you. That's not going to last very long. You're going to want to get to it.
Earthar starts walking.
She's running.
Walking.
The two of you begin to make your way down. Dodie, you are booking it down there, yes? Aerithar, are you
absolutely.
walking or running?
He starts to pick up the pace when Dirty picks up the pace. Yeah,
Okay.
run.
Gore, you expel all the water from your lungs. You take another point of damage from the sheer pressure of all of that. As you look up, though, and start to stand again, Dodie and Aerithar are running towards you as behind them the water starts to close. You look back to the door and see that one of them is slightly ajar.
He's gonna step inside.
You step into this main room. leaving the door open for Dodie. Dodie, you just push through the door, leaving it open for Erithar. And Erithar, you finally make it to the edge of the door, turning behind you and starting to slam it closed just as the water hits the door. You manage to push it into place just luckily enough before all of the water came in, but there is a small splash near your feet as you push the door back into place and feel it lock. You are now within this strange building at the bottom of this lake. Okay, I'm going to change the music now. Let's see. Let's try this one. No. This one. Please do something. Okay, there we go. Little ambiance real quick. And I'll turn the wind off. As I think you can hear that better now. So, where are you? There. Okay. Now that the three of you have stepped into this building, you turn from the door and the now kind of wet floor and look into this room. You are standing in what appears to be a large entry, made of stone with huge panels of perfectly shined silver on the walls. Spire-like columns jut out from the floor and are engraved with what look to be murals. The silver is reflective, though you can see the carvings in them, engraved and kind of set into the metal. It's hard to tell if the silver was applied to the outside of the stone or if there was just simply this much metal to work with. It's a little bit odd to look at. It almost warps the vision from all the reflections in the very low light, as you realize there are more of these frozen torches around you. The flame does not seem to move, and they don't seem to burn at all, but they light the interior with little bits of orange glow. At the back, along this long wall, there's a space. As if the wall didn't fully come together, there is a single floor-to-ceiling space, the size probably about 2 people across, that opens up into what looks like a hallway beyond it. It's quiet. You can hear the dripping of water somewhere, and you can still hear the thunder and lightning above you, despite the several feet of water. But you stand now in this temple? Question mark? Rorik seems to have not joined you for this.
As they get inside and kind of catch their breath for a second, she walks over toward Gore. Thank you for doing that.
It's one of the few things I'm good at. He kind of gets up.
Did you get hurt at all in the process?
A little bit, I'll be fine.
Let me know if you change your mind on that. Right.
Into the hallway.
I assume.
Is there anything like visually interesting in the murals that are carved?
Make a perception check or an investigation check if you are going up and looking down every engraving. But I'll give the option for either.
I'll say perception just because she's trying to get a passing look. 18?
18. There appear to be a couple different murals across the room. There's two very large ones on the two pieces of the back wall, as well as what look to be two behind you on either side of the door. The one kind of off to your right from the door seems to be... It's hard to tell exactly. It looks almost like a festival is happening. There's streamers and different people dancing, it looks like, and music, and there are carts set out with what look to be like different foods, and it looks to be like a festival, like some sort of like seasonal festival holiday thing. But there is a column of smoke in the middle. And within this column of smoke, there's a person with what looks to be a very sinister looking smile, holding an instrument that you've never really seen before. It's like kind of a recorder, but the shape of it is strange, and the bottom of it is like fluted out in a weird way. You're not entirely sure what it is. The opposite side, on the same wall, is a similar looking town with no festival, and what looks to be the outline of the same person from the opposite side. Sinister smile, very pointed looking eyes, being struck down by... It's hard to tell if it's a bolt of magic or if it's a bolt of lightning. Kind of extends through the entire piece, but it's very clearly the person being struck down. On the walls behind you, you look and see what is very clearly a play that is going terribly wrong as people are running and screaming. And on the opposite side, what looks to be a tavern on fire, with a man playing a flute leaving the front of it, dressed in full armor.
He kind of registers all of these, taking them in, and nods at Erithar. Always seems to be the logical course of action.
It's very rare that we find a path that is open. So.
Yeah.
Okay. The three of you begin to walk towards this hallway. Stepping through this strange entryway, you realize, stepping through, that the silver continues. Not along the walls this time, but instead along the floor. The walls are made of pieces of stone carved and set into place. Sturdy, yet not necessarily very exciting looking. But the floor is made of perfectly smooth, reflective silver. It's impressive how flat and how perfect. It's not scratched or dusty or marked in any way. The floor is perfect. As you step forward onto it, You can see in front of you, it is quite a long hallway with 2 doors midpoint on either side, and what looks to be a set of stairs at the back.
Can I go up to the doors? Are they locked?
Sure. You walk down the hallway to kind of its midpoint. There do appear to be, almost... They're wood doors, but they're reinforced with what looks to be, copper around the edges, and the setting of the door, the door frame, is also made by kind of this rough copper. You try the handle. It seems to be very old, the door is stuck, but it's not locked. Sorry, I just guessed. Which door did you try?
Oh, sorry, I forgot that there were 2.
There's one on the right
one
and
on
one
the
on the left. The left?
Left.
Okay.
Yeah.
That one doesn't seem to be locked, but it does seem like it's hitting something when you open it, like something's behind the door.
Is there any way that I can kind of look through and see what it is? Is there, just to look through, is there the crack in the door when I open it, when it hits?
Yeah, kind of looking through, it looks like you can see into the room just slightly. It appears to be quite it's not a very wide room. It seems like quite a skinny room. You can only see a very small sliver of it, but what looks to be blocking the door looks to be almost like a broken piece of a shelf.
He'll go over the right one and see. I'm assuming that's what you described earlier before the left one. Can he kind of pull it open? Is it a bit of an effort to pull it open? Does he need to get Gore for assistance?
He probably could. You'd have to do a check for it. But
he just kind of motions Gore over.
Okay.
Gore will force the door open.
All right. Dodie, what are you doing?
Watching.
Okay. Have you stepped down the hallway with them?
I'm gonna say yes.
Okay. The reason I ask is because as you walk over the reflective floor, you catch a glimpse of your reflection.
No.
Looking down towards it, you see again that strange change of your reflection. The roots of your hair seem to have, within your reflection, gotten much larger. And the section of hair that has regrown is a deep, almost shining magenta color. Something not quite purple and not quite pink, but it almost is reflective and iridescent in a couple places. And when you blink, there's moments that you can see Saphael instead of yourself. The almost bruised, almost necrotic looking skin, the paleness of himself, and the heaving of his shoulders. But when you blink again, it's gone, and that strange version of yourself is there instead. Your freckles having turned golden and almost emitting a small amount of light. Strange. It's you, but it's just a little different. But you continue across the floor, looking up from your reflection again and meeting up with Gore and Arathar, who are standing in front of this door. Gore, you're shoving the door open?
Yup.
Nice. You walk over to the door that Erithar is standing in front of. Erithar, you're not going to be bothered with it. You just motion for Gore. You grab the handle, feel how it's kind of stuck, and just shoulder into it as it pops open. Looking inside now, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
There is a small platform, and then a couple stairs down into a very large pool of water. Are both of you looking through the door?
Yeah.
I think as soon as Gore shoved open the door, he would have like walked in a little bit to take a gander.
Okay, if you walk in a little bit, I'll say that as you kind of step forward onto this little platform out inside the door, you see that something is shimmering at the bottom of the pool.
Gore looks back to Erithar. I swear to God, he's gonna start stepping into the pool.
Erithar will follow him.
You two walk into the room. Dodie, are you following as well?
I mean, I think she, like, pokes her head in the door, but she's watching to see what they do before she gets herself, like, into the water.
You kind of standing in the doorway, Erithar standing on the platform in front of the stairs as Gore begins to walk down the stairs towards the pool. It's kind of like a concave shape. Like, you can step into the pool and then just kind of walk down into the water if you want to, but it seems to be quite a deep pool as well. So you step into the pool, yes?
Yeah, he'll go in with Gore at the same time.
Okay. The two of you step in, and Gore, you are pleasantly surprised that the water is not freezing cold, somehow.
Nice.
It's slightly chilled, but it's nearing room temperature. It's a little bit cold inside the building, given the subterranean nature of it, but the water is not freezing cold like outside. It's also quite clear, not quite as clear as outside, and the darkness inside this room kind of casts large shadows through it, but you can see down into it that there is definitely a shape, some sort of metallic something that is shimmering at the bottom of this pool.
Gore will dive down to go grab it.
Okay. The two of you watch.
He's got the blue tunic on.
Erithar kind of reaches out as he does, and he's already in.
The two of you watch as Gore just suddenly just goes and dives forward into the pool. It is not as deep of a dive as before, and as you kind of feel yourself I guess by inertia, float, drift, catapult yourself towards the bottom of the pool, you slow, blinking and opening your eyes in the dark water, and see at the bottom of this pool, somehow illuminated slightly, is kind of like a stand, like a piece made out of stone that is holding this metallic disc in place. Can you make a either perception check or investigation check for me, depending on what you're attempting to do?
That's gonna be a perception. He just wants to look at it. I'm not gonna take the -2. One said it's a +0. I mean, it's a 13.
13. It looks like a silver plate, like a plate, with a copper circle embedded in the middle of it, and symbols etched along the edges.
Is it like a ring in the center, or is it like a part of the plate?
It's like a part of the plate. It's like a dinner plate, but for some reason the center bit of it is a different metal.
Okay. Can I make out any of the symbols?
That would be an investigation check.
Shit. He'll try.
Okay.
I didn't think so. That's gonna be an 8.
8. There are 6 symbols.
Okay. You know what? That's better than nothing.
2 are slightly bigger than the rest of them. I'll give you that too.
Oh. Okay. I think he kind of comes back up to the surface. Alright. There's a plate down there.
I like to imagine it's just his head as he's treading water in the middle.
Alright, there's a plate down there. The middle of it is different than the outer edge, and there's 6 symbols on it, and 2 of them are bigger than the other ones. That's all I got.
I will attempt to go take a look and see if I
Good
can
luck.
stay down long enough to. All right. He just both of them.
He goes.
Arathor will dive down and take a look at what's down there.
All your stuff still on?
Before he'll probably hand if Doty's walked in at this point, or he'll just hand his stuff to her.
Makes sense.
Yeah, and he'll dive in.
Okay. You jump into the water. It's a little bit cold, but it's not freezing. And you begin to swim down. I'm just for shits and giggles, real quick. I am gonna look at what Arathar's swim speed is, because it's very interesting to me.
You have a swim speed?
Some people don't have swim speeds, and that's funny to me.
I feel like you
Click
naturally.
on walking.
You naturally. Hold on.
If you
Where's
click
the
on
swim
walking
speed?
at the top, or the walking speed, it'll have swim speed next to it.
Because every character
I'm pretty-
technically has a swim speed.
I think it's half of your walk speed if you don't have a swim speed.
I don't have a swim speed, so it's 15 feet.
15 feet. Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
That's
You begin to
More than
swim
that.
down towards the bottom. Gore, are you going with him, or are you just kind of bobbing up at the top?
nah. He's gonna find this amusing. He's actually just gonna lower himself a little bit and just watch him.
Okay. Arathar, you begin to swim towards the bottom of this pool. You can see the shape outlined. It has been a very long time since you have been swimming. And so it kind of takes you a minute to get your bearings and get down there. Just as you are reaching the bottom of the pool, you begin to feel that feeling of, oh my god, I have to breathe right now. So if you would like to really quickly make either a perception or investigation check, you may do so.
Investigation check, baby. 22.
Okay, what are you looking for?
The symbols. What are they? With the meaning and the origin of the symbols on the disc.
Okay. You only have a couple seconds to look at it, and so it's very difficult to get everything that you need to get. But with how quick your eyes are, and how focused in you are, and with that roll, you can see that the symbols are the symbols of all 6 deities. The 2 larger ones being the symbol for Gier and the symbol for Periork.
Okay, that's all he gets. I assume. Yeah,
Yeah.
that makes sense. He very quickly.
You push
goes
against
back
the
up to
bottom of the
surface.
pool, shooting yourself up, and reach the surface just as you.
They're for all 6 deities. The 2 larger ones are for Periork and Gier.
That makes sense.
Of course. And he starts to swim back.
Weird little collaboration they've got going on here.
Yeah, fucking tell me about it. He climbs the stairs.
All right.
She
Erica,
hands
are you
the-
getting out as well?
Yeah.
Okay, I missed you saying it. I think
Yeah. No, I just kind of, I assumed. That's my bad. I didn't say, but I assumed, yeah, he'd just fall.
She hands the wet cat his stuff back.
you are.
Which actually, it did.
I was
go
gonna
ahead.
say you are quite soaked.
Yeah. Yeah. He takes it back. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
That's good to know. I don't know if that's something that we'll need, though.
Good information to keep at the back of the mind.
Yeah, well, probably not. The stairs are probably our best bet. Start to walk out.
She's gonna let Gore keep leading.
Arathar will hang out by the back, and when like no one's looking, he'll lift up parts of his clothes and like squeeze the water out. As they're walking.
As you three exit this room, you can see into the other room a little bit better. As if the piece of broken shelf that was blocking the door had shifted and the door has opened slightly more.
Peek.
Yeah, Gore will.
Like the Three Stooges, I'm guessing. The three of you begin to peek through the door. You can see a tall and skinny room, as if it's like a perfect square at the bottom that continues up at a slanted angle far up into the water. You can see just barely through the sliver, all the way at the top of this skinny slanted room, several rows of shelves made out of glass and silver, as well as what looks to be a circular platform suspended at the top of the room. You can't really see the rest of the room, but you can see at least those several shelves full of what look to be items.
Fascinating. Can any of those items be made out from the single?
Yeah, can I make a perception?
Yeah, make a perception check.
Do you want
Gore's
to take
just gonna
advantage?
bust into the room.
Yes, please.
Gore's just busting into the room.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm gonna say because it's Gore. You just, as the two are peering through the door, you just shove the door, feeling the piece of shelf on the opposite side roll out of place as the door swings open. You can step inside if you so wish.
Yeah, Gore steps inside.
The two of you are left standing in the doorway as Gore just walks into the room.
That's a 22. Is he'll... Go
Sorry,
ahead.
continue.
No, it's a 22. I was going to say he just walks into the room.
Okay. Stepping inside, there is not a lot to this room. It's quite simple. It seems to be mostly made out of stone. The same silver floor from before extends into here. The room is not slanted severely, just slightly, and you remember from outside, Gore, looking through the water, that part of the building looked to be, like, settled and slanted at a slight angle, and you imagine that this is probably where that is. You can see up towards the top of this room where, like, 3 rows of shelves are kind of embedded into the wall, pieces of glass and silver reflecting what looks to be almost what would be a skylight above the circular platform, covered in glass reflecting only the water through it. The circular platform as well looks to have a railing, as if you can stand up there, but you don't see any ladder or rope. Arathar, you're looking to kind of get a glance at the items, yes?
Yeah.
You can see several books, it looks like, up there, as well as some sort of fabric and a couple metallic items, as well as one glass case that has something setting in it, but you can't see it at this angle.
Can I kind of?
Go ahead, Tyler.
Can he perceive like the bottom part of the room?
Mm-hmm.
See if there's anything that like kind of sticks out.
Yeah, make a check for me.
15.
15. It's mostly plain and empty at the bottom of this room, but you do notice kind of underneath that circular column, the stone at the bottom of the floor is also circular and just barely a different color. You start to look around the room and notice along the 4 walls, skinny walls leading up, that there are several other stones that are slightly different color. Arathar, were you?
He is gonna get closer so he can get a better look of what's inside the glass case. If he can get right up against it or no, that's all right.
It's at the top of the room.
Is there just the platform to like climb, or is there anything else to like climb?
So it's like a square room that extends just straight up. Suspended from the ceiling, there is a platform, and next to the platform at the top of the room, there are the shelves. But at the bottom of the room where you are, it is basically empty.
I got you. Okay, I got you.
And Gore just noticed the circle that was a different color and the stones that were a different color.
Yeah.
Gore's gonna walk over to one of the stones on the wall and poke it.
You poke it. It's quite cold.
Do I notice the stones as well, or is it just Gore unless he points them out to anybody?
You watch Gore walk up to a stone on the wall and poke it. If you would like to make a perception check, it's a pretty easy thing now that he's poked it to see that it's a different color.
Do you want me to even roll, or is that...
Just for shits and giggles, why not?
Okay.
Because it would be kind of funny if you rolled like a 1. Just gonna say
18.
18, yeah. As you watch him poke it, just walk up to a random wall and poke a stone, it kind of takes you a second of like staring at it before you start to notice a couple other stones that are also that color.
Can he press his hand up against it and try to like push it?
The same one that Gore's at?
Yeah, just...
You kind of press on it a little bit, and it seems to wiggle some, but it doesn't really do anything. You also notice that it's very cold to the touch.
And he's going to start to go over to some of the others and press them? Are they all kind of the same? They wiggle a little and they're cold?
The normal colored stone is not very cold and they don't wiggle, but the kind of purplish tinged ones, it's just barely a different color, do kind of wiggle and they are very cold to the touch.
Okay.
We're just gonna go touch the one that's under the platform.
Are you walking onto it, or are you just kind of kneeling down and patting on it?
He's gonna walk onto it.
As you walk onto it, you feel it compress slightly.
Uh-oh. Does anything happen?
You just feel, as you step onto it, you feel it press down. You are now standing on it, and it is pressed down.
He's gonna walk off of it and, like, really quickly back up.
Arithar, you're looking at the different stones, and Dodie, you've also kind of just walked into the room, I'm guessing. As you both hear the grinding of stone for a second, turn around and look at Gore as he rushes off of the circle and backs up very quickly as the stone slowly returns back into place.
He's gonna creep up to it again and then hold his foot down on it.
You press it down.
Yeah.
Does anything happen in the room when he does?
Make a perception check.
Nat 20.
Ooh. You start to look around, noticing what Arithar and Gore have noticed, and as Gore starts to press his foot down, you immediately shoot your eyes up to the surrounding stones. You watch as he presses his foot down into it, as what looked to be a couple of the stones, one on each wall around you, kind of shifts in place. They actually seem to recede into the wall slightly as the thing is pushed down. There are a couple other... I'll also add this in since you got a nat 20. There are a couple other similarly colored stones at varying places around the room that don't move. But those on the opposite walls surrounding you, kind of all at the same level, do shift as he pushes on it.
Very quietly, she's going to go to the closest one and kind of press on it, just to see what happens.
You press on it, and it kind of wiggles. Gore, you notice as she presses on it, where your foot is on the thing, it kind of bounces a bit. Like it kind of like goo-doo-doo-doo-doo, like wiggles down in whatever setting it's in.
Hey, this thing's moving.
That's good to know.
You also, I would also point out, notice how cold the stone is.
Arithar will press onto one of the ones, like as Dodie's pressing on hers, press onto another one and see if that is any change. Multiple ones being pressed, if there's a different change.
Gore, you feel the same thing as the thing moves when he presses on it.
Or we'll try turning it.
Like with your foot? Like, are you trying to like spin it like a record?
Yeah.
It's you're just scraping your foot. It's not turning.
I'm sorry, I'll be right back. I'm so sorry.
Weird water temple.
You guys can keep going.
Okay.
If you want. You don't have to wait.
Alright. He said if you guys want to do anything, you can, so. Any questions? Any actions? Thoughts or feelings?
Confusion.
How do you feel about
Questioning.
Well, I'd like to blame my mother.
Just fucking water temple, man.
that? Welcome to the bottom of a lake.
Yeah.
It's not salt water.
Yeah.
Something. Oh boy. He steps down. They slide into place. She wiggles them inside. The disc wiggles underneath him.
Mm-hmm.
He cannot spin it right round like a record baby right round. Okay.
I was for sure thinking we were gonna have to Beyblade this.
Let it rip.
That would be really funny. It just turns into like a car-sized Beyblade.
That's the boss.
Honestly, I mean, that's a pretty tough one to beat.
Oh, I was about to make a Beyblade reference and nobody would have gotten it.
I'm sorry, I'm too pretty.
Every time I think about Beyblade, I think about how their slogan is just fart.
Yup.
That's all it is. I mean, I'm not wrong.
Is there anything else notable in the room?
Make a perception check.
Make a note there.
And also, which part of the room?
18. More of the bottom. I feel like they're gonna have to figure out the bottom to get to the top. Maybe.
The most notable thing that you notice is the stones. With Erithar standing to one side and Dodie standing to the other stone is off, and then there are the stone behind you next to the door. Those are the ones that seem to be all on the same level, as opposed to a couple random ones that are up above you. These seem to be the important ones, and they're the ones that you and Dodie and Erithar have touched on. That and the stone in the middle, which I will also point out, when you put your foot on it, was like, ooh, cold, are the notable ones here. Aside from that, there's the piece of a broken shelf that seems to have fallen from the ceiling that was blocking the door, but it just appears to be a broken piece of silver shelf. There's not a lot that seems particularly special to this, aside from the fact that the stones move and are cold, and that there's a giant gap between here and what's up there.
Bro's gonna take his foot off and go over to the shelf and pick it up.
Okay.
And is gonna walk over to Erithar. So there's like levels of in the wall. There's like the levels of rocks.
So the whole all the walls are stone, but they're kind of like, like cobblestone, like pieced together. But the 4 rocks on the 4 walls that are closest to you, that are that strange color, are kind of level-wise, like all at eye level. That's what I mean by level. Because it's like cobblestone all the way up, but somehow these 4 rocks are in the exact same place on each wall.
Okay. And then the further up, like, because you said there's more like colorful rocks more like further up, are they still like on that same kind of cobble?
They're just kind of randomly placed in the wall. Like, you don't really notice them as much. They're still that same strange color, but they aren't like conspicuously all on the same like eye level type thing.
Okay. I'm slumped. Is there any way I could climb the wall?
I would like to see that.
You can try.
Cobble. Gore's gonna fucking try and climb this goddamn wall.
When Gore was standing on the platform, Dodie and Erithar pressing the rocks at the same time, that didn't change anything?
It moved the platform more. than just one of you touching it, but it still just kind of bounced it a little bit.
Okay.
Ooh,
Continues.
wait a second. He doesn't climb the wall yet.
Okay.
Can I reach with the shelf from the platform one of the rocks on the wall?
Oh, like standing on the circle and like trying to reach over and press one of the rocks?
Yeah.
You can attempt to.
Okay, he's gonna do that. And then be like, you press those two.
Okay. You stand in the center and attempt to reach over and press this. Can I get an acrobatics check? Let's do acrobatics, since you're balancing on one foot attempting to press with the shelf with the other.
17.
The three of you press on the rocks as you step in the middle. And Gore, you feel as all of you press at the same time as it jumps up slightly and then bounces back down into place. Definitely the most movement that has happened, but...
Is there any way you guys can get that one while I get these two?
Is that on Dodie's side or my side?
So there's one on each of the square walls. So there's 1, 1, 1, and 1. So it would be... guessing, it would be like diagonal from one of you two. On the opposite, like the other wall. If that makes sense.
Wait. Oh, never mind. That won't solve anything.
The shelf is like smaller, right? There's no way to prop it up against one of them.
It's like a broken piece of it, like a section of it just kind of like fell and broke. So it's like it's about like
I forgot it was.
Yay long and like bent in the middle.
I forgot it was just a piece. Is there a feasible way that either me or Dodie could reach it? Would that require a check?
Arm
Or
span
is it too
wise, I
far?
think it would be a little too far.
Yeah.
She actively raises her hand. Can I ask a stupid question?
What's up?
Can we depress it with something heavy instead of your foot so that you can...
I still wouldn't be able to reach two of them.
I know, but then we'd be at least a little bit closer.
Maybe. He takes off his bag and puts it on the center.
It does depress slightly.
And he's gonna walk up to Dodie. Can I see your axe?
Please be gentle with it.
This is the only time you'll ever see me hold this thing. And he's gonna walk over and is the button pressed with the bag on it?
Yes.
Okay, he's gonna walk over to one button and press it and then reach over with her axe and touch the other one.
Okay.
While they both touch.
Okay. Can I get a performance check from the three of you?
Yeah,
What the fuck?
absolutely can get a performance check. Stupid Bard Temple.
If you're
We're
attempting,
being so fucked with.
if you're attempting to do this all at the same time, it requires coordination.
That's, you know what, that's fair.
That's a 16.
16.
19.
that everybody?
Yeah.
I somehow have a plus in this one.
It's because your charisma is so high.
17.
17. All right. You set your bag down in the middle and walk off to the side, now holding Dodie's axe. This is so important to me. Are you holding it by, like, the blade part of it and poking it with the handle, or are you poking it with the blade? This is so important to me.
Definitely, he's definitely holding the sharp part and poking it with the handle.
Good to know, good to know. As the three of you look at each other, as Gore, you are like holding one side and reaching with the other towards the other one, kind of like holding it in place. It's such a heavy axe that you're like wiggling it, so like the end of the axe is like towards the button, but you're all looking at each other and start to count down to press it. Luckily, all three of you make eye contact in this solemn moment of teamwork as you all press your buttons and feel them all depress fully into the wall. You watch as the circle in the center sinks down slightly and then begins to start to slowly rise up. As it does so, you watch as a circular staircase begins to start to rise out of the floor. And Gore, you also notice that where the top of the staircase is, it's going to meet the bottom of the platform.
Oh no!
So if you would like to attempt to try to make a check to grab your bag before your stuff gets crushed, you may do so.
Yes!
You can do,
at least it's his bag.
You can do athletics or acrobatics, whichever one you want.
They're both the same. He'll make it look fancy. I mean, dude, these are hella good. That's 18.
18. You watch as the thing slowly starts to rise, and you look up towards the circle and then look back down towards the staircase that is rising, putting the pieces together, and start to run over, still holding Doty's axe in one hand, run over towards this. And you kind of like, almost like sliding over the hood of a car, you slide over the top of the staircase, grabbing your bag and landing on the opposite side, now holding your bag in one hand and Doty's axe in the other. So you got your stuff.
And he reaches out, holding the blade, and reaches out the handle to her.
You grab your axe back. It is fine. It's fine. The staircase lifts up and clicks into place, now connecting with the circle platform above it and creating a long, like, swirly staircase up to this shelving area.
Can I go up and grab the glass box?
Yes.
Okay, he goes up and he grabs the glass box.
You walk up the stairs. It takes you a second because you have to like wind up a couple times. And you get up there and you can now see all of the items. As well, there is space up there for the other two of you to go up there if you so wish. But Arithar, you walk up there and immediately start inspecting this glass case. There are several items up here that you couldn't see from below. And in this glass case, there seem to be a couple more what look to be more expensive looking items, perhaps. And you see in the section of glass casing that is made into the shelf, can you make a investigation check for me?
Yes, I can, brother.
Gore, can
17.
you make a check for me as well? One of his checks.
Yeah.
You said 17?
Yep.
Okay.
Dude, I want to fucking roll. Oh, it's +0 though. I mean 16.
Okay. Arithar, now that you're up there, you can see better everything that is here, especially those in this glass box. You can see that some of the metallic things that you had seen below is what looks to be a necklace of some sort. Looks to be made out of copper as well. A broken silver dagger. And the other thing that caught your eye from below is an old, beaten up, yet intricately beaded leather bag.
He will take all three of those things.
All right. You begin to start to open the glass case. It takes you a moment because there's this very, like, long-winded, like, locking mechanism to, like, undo. It's like one, you know the thing on the door where you go like and then it pushes it into place? It's like one of those, but it's like 4 inches long, so you have to like to get it to open. As well as you're doing so, you can kind of see the other things that are around. Gore, what was it?
16.
16. There is this sudden sense of familiarity and sudden, intense intrigue.
I'm immediately looking around.
You start to look around a little bit, and that feeling is kind of simmering, but not really changing. You hear the box above you click as Arithar begins to open it, and you look up and feel that wave hit you harder. As you look up towards these shelves, something about them is causing this feeling over you.
He's gonna start going through the shelves.
You climb up the stairs after Erithar, walking up behind him and looking through the shelves. You as well notice the kind of moth-bitten, falling apart purple silver scarves that are up here, and the several books and twine-bound songbooks. And you look over Erithar's shoulder as well as he begins to pick up what I'm assuming you're picking up as the leather bag first. And you also look over his shoulder and see the broken silver dagger and this necklace. What you notice of it is the copper chain and what used to be a circular copper pendant on it that is broken as if it was partially melted. And that feeling washes over you again, even stronger.
Hey, I assume Erithar is looking like he's about to take all this shit.
Yeah.
He takes, yeah, definitely.
Hey, can I see that? The pendant?
Sure.
Thank you. He's gonna take it immediately, start walking down the stairs.
Okay.
Maybe come up here to look at it if you're looking at it, so if it does something, we can just put it right back. We're going to open it.
He's gonna... not walk down the... he's just gonna, like, kind of back up a little bit, I guess.
Opposite side of the circular thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And does it
Can
open?
I make a... Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, ask your question first.
Can Arathar make an insight check on Gore?
Yeah, go ahead. Make an investigation check with advantage.
Thank God.
Where are you, D20? Keeps getting lost.
Thank God for advantage.
15.
15.
That was a natural 1 on the other side, so that would have been a -1.
It's broken and melted along the edge, but this, what used to be, you assume, a circular pendant, does not open. It is a single piece of metal that is flat with something kind of pressed into either side that almost looks like a coin. Erithar, what are you attempting to insight?
Insight? Just if Gore, I don't know, seemed skittish and what, if it had anything to, is like...
Okay.
Sorry, I just had the way I was gonna ask in my head and it's gone. I'm sorry, my brain is shutting down.
Oh, you're good.
Do you understand what I'm trying to say? Sorry.
Yes, like if this item is particularly doing something.
If it's the item that's making him nervous or skittish.
What's your roll?
18.
18. Gore, you can roll, I'll say either a persuasion or deception check. You can keep that to yourself, but tell me the number, and also tell me if you're making a deception check or not.
Where are you?
Yeah, okay. So, you're attempting to see if this item has... You look over to Gore, who is now staring at this thing, kind of holding this necklace in his hand, and looking over the pendant. And this is the most intrigued you have seen Gore over something, like, probably ever. A couple other things have gotten close, but this is definitely like something that immediately got his interest.
Do you recognize it?
It's just a feeling. But I would like to hold on to this.
Positive or negative?
Positive.
Sure, you can hold on to it.
It's like a necklace, right? Or like a pendant.
Yeah. It's a copper chain with a copper pendant.
He's gonna put it on.
Okay. You slip the necklace on. Dodie, are you doing anything during all of this?
Honest to God, she is so focused on getting up the stairs. Because she's pretty much assuming that that's where what she's looking for is. She's letting them have their time, but she's very much like feeling this anxiety starting to mount. So she's like fully on the floor, tapping her foot a little bit, just hoping they hurry up.
Yeah. Okay.
He's grabbed the glass box by now.
Okay. It was more of a glass
looking at
container, like on the shelf, so you opened it. So I'm assuming you took the stuff out of it.
Yeah.
Okay. So you.
Is that? Oh, was the stuff you listed? Was that in the box?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah. The other stuff, the song books and the books and the silks weren't in the box. That was in the other shelves. But the things that you took were in the box.
Okay. Nothing strikes me about the books or fabrics or anything, right? I assume not. But
Make a quick perception check for me.
natural 20.
You look over the silk scarves and they don't seem particularly interesting to you. The other books there also don't really seem that interesting. Looking over the song books quickly, the names on the front kind of catch you. There's the first one has the word Empress in it, which immediately kind of sparks a bit of recognition. The second one has the word Descent in the title, and the third one has the word Revenge.
He'll take the one that says Descent and the one that says Revenge, just in case.
All right.
And that's all that's up here?
Yeah. There's a couple
Yeah, he's gonna go down the
There's a couple like pieces of broken glass and stuff, like some of the like where the other shelf had broken and fallen and the glass had broken, but other than that it was mostly just these items.
Yeah, he'll start walking down the stairs.
Okay.
He kind of shakes his head. Dodie. I don't think what we're looking for was up there. I found this broken dagger. Mr. Gore is holding on to a necklace, and then I found a bag. I'll look into the dagger in the bag later, but I sincerely doubt that that's what we're here for.
That's fine. There's a whole staircase to go up. Things tend to be at the end of long hallways up intricate staircases.
Yes.
This one's a downward staircase.
Ooh!
Changing it
He's
up.
about to say, or down.
That's worse, actually.
Gotta change it up sometimes.
Gore, are you ready?
Yeah.
Mr. Gore, if that necklace starts to veer from positive into negative, please let me know.
It won't. But I will.
I don't know why I believe you, but
'Cause I'm not a liar.
Dodie, as well, you can see the necklace around his neck.
Pretty.
You do notice as well that it's broken. Have you seen the picture of the metal coin that a bullet went through along the edge and it's kind of like melted? It's like that.
Cute.
Yeah. But yeah, the three of you are walking out the door.
Yep.
You walk back into the hallway. over the reflective floor. Dodie as well. The reflections continue. Every once in a while blinking and seeing Saphiel's reflection instead of your own. But he doesn't seem to be moving on his own. It seems to literally just be your reflection but different, so you're a little less uneasy than if he were moving. You all continue down the hallway towards this staircase. And you can see that the staircase kind of gets narrower as it goes down. And at the bottom, there is a archway, kind of... It's more like a broken piece of stone archway, into what looks to be a flat stone floor room with light emanating from it. You continue down a bit further and step out through this archway from the stone staircase and into quite a large room. If I could get a perception check from somebody in the group, whoever's going first, I'll say.
I'll go. 19?
19, cool. You step out into this room, and it's a much larger space than any of the ones that you've been in before. It's got a stone floor instead of the metallic floor from above, but there are panels of silver along the walls as well. You see, there are certain places where there are, like, lines recessed into the floor in different patterns. But the thing that stands out to you the most is the center and the back wall. In the center of the room, there is a stone structure surrounded by a couple stones kind of set into the floor around it. There is a long, kind of almost box of stone. For lack of better words, it kind of looks like a small sarcophagus in the middle of the room. And along the back, engraved into the large silver panel across the wall, there is a large mural, similar to the ones outside, but with a circular hole in the middle of it. As well, there are those same strange torches around the room, but it's mostly empty. You said 19, was it?
I think so, yeah. Yeah.
Around the mural as well, you can see cut into places along the silver walls that kind of connect to those different lines in the floor.
She's going to walk up to the big old stone box, I think.
Okay. You walk down the last couple steps into the room and across the floor. I'm gonna put up a map of this space.
That's
so
not
you
good.
guys can see
No,
it better.
no, it's not.
Because I think this will make more sense.
Oh, joy.
Oh my god. And I have to change the view thing. No, stop it. Sorry to anyone who's watching the stream that's seeing me mess around with the... There we go. I think. Yeah, close enough. There we go. Okay. But the three of you can see on the Roll20, yes?
Yes.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So, you can see towards the center where this stone box is, That's the closest I could get with Incarnate. But Dodie, you walk down the stairs and over towards this box. It does kind of unnervingly look like a sarcophagus. There's a large stone slab across the top with several sigils and music notes engraved to the top of it, while the stone sides of it are quite simple aside from some filigree.
I feel like if I just try to open this, something horrible is going to happen.
Probably. Maybe
I mean,
not
we already-
horrible.
I mean, we already stole from him, so he's gonna be pissed. If there's
The
somebody in
whole-
there.
Are you implying that there's a person in here?
I mean,
It does look an awful lot like.
I didn't want to be the one to say it.
Wouldn't. Wouldn't be particularly. I might be more concerned if there wasn't. He walks over to the back wall, to look at the hole in the back wall, because I assume she kind of points everything out.
No. There's a large... Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
There's a large silver engraved mural around it, and then there's about yay big, like, kind of concave, circular hole in the wall.
That wouldn't happen to be the size of the thing at the bottom of the pool that we were in, would it?
You know, yeah. About so, yeah.
We probably should grab that plate.
Mr. Gore,
Yeah.
the item at the bottom of the pool, we probably should have taken it with us. It goes in here. Do you want me to go upstairs and retrieve it, or do you want to do that?
I'll go get it.
Okay.
He walks out of the room, he goes and swims and grabs the plate.
Okay. You kind of like softly jog back through the hallway down to the opposite room, walking down the couple staircase and into the pool, diving down to retrieve the plate. You see that the plate is kind of set in this stone kind of holder. And as you reach down, you can see along the plate a little bit better. And now that it's kind of been pointed out to you, the symbols actually do look more like deity symbols to you now. But you grab the plate, turning to begin swimming up as the water goes pitch black. As you grab the plate and the water goes pitch black, for a moment you're like, ah, shit, fuck, wait. Before, as if your hearing got better, as if your other senses grew stronger, and you had a sudden sense of direction of which way to swim. Though you cannot see, holding the plate, you know which way your party is. If that makes sense.
Okay. Well, he will take his guidance.
Alright. You
Follow it.
you kind of close your eyes instinctually, despite the fact that it is pitch black down here, and start to slowly swim your way up. Luckily, the pool isn't too dark. Well, not too dark, isn't too deep, so you can kind of take your time with it, kind of feeling out while holding the plate in one hand, and eventually you reach up and find the edge of the pool and begin to pull yourself out. You get out of the water, looking back, and it looks like a pool of ink. Like the water is black.
Ugh.
You get out and you look down, and the water that's falling off of you looks fine, so it doesn't look like you're covered in ichor, but that was definitely weird. But you're now holding the plate, and you can return back to your party.
He's gonna go back, I guess. He's just gonna walk back in the room and walk over to Arathar. Yeah, never mind, I take it back next time you're doing it. And he hands him over the plate.
He just kind of rolls his eyes. Will go over to the door. Do we want to open the sarcophagus before or leave it closed? And I just push this in. I assume we don't want to open the grave.
I say we leave it closed until after we've done something else.
He pushes the thing into the wall.
You push the plate into the wall, and you feel it kind of click into place. It kind of presses down, and you almost have to turn it a little bit to get it to line up before it clicks into place. You step back, and for a moment nothing happens, and you think it's a little odd. That definitely felt like something should happen. Before there's the slight sound of wind, and then it dissipates again. Just as if everything kind of stops for a moment, as if everything kind of gets quiet, before there are slight bits of image that start to play out in front of you. There's a slight dance of color and a bit of shimmer. It's a very dramatic start, Jesus Christ. And almost in an instant, you suddenly see a projection of a mirage in front of you, all three of you, suddenly dancing out through the entire room. You start to see images of what almost look to be the past. Looking around, the three of you kind of looking at each other, they don't seem to be harmful, and as one of them passes by you, Gore, it fully clips your shoulder, and it's like a gust of wind just passes by you.
Oh.
Looking around, suddenly something becomes familiar. Specifically to you, Erithar, as there are bits of vision of a stage and people gathered around and actors during a play. Though the fashion of the people looks ancient, to be sure, music begins to swell and you can hear it in the room, the three of you, as if it's swelling around you. There are actors on a stage as the image dances around, and you see someone emerge from the curtains, coming out with a large instrument in their hands, pressing the buttons and squeezing it as the music swells again. Chaos begins to break out among the crowd. People standing, rioting, sudden fires being burnt, and a turning of the image towards a throne, towards a woman who stands, suddenly knocking other chairs over around her, looking aghast in horror as it shifts back to the player of this music, who smiles at her and smirks. The image changes again, and instead you see the front of a tavern. Open doors, open windows, a summer's day, it seems like. People gathering about, just kind of walking around casually, and you hear a different music begin to play. Something soft, as if it's growing closer, and suddenly you see a man kind of jauntily walking through the town up towards the tavern playing a flute, dressed fully in armor, grimacing as he plays, as he walks closer, and you watch the people around him devolve into chaos again. You see him smirk behind his flute as a glint in his eye looks a little bit dangerous. It changes again, and suddenly this scene is unfamiliar to you. Erithar, remembering back to the books, you don't remember this scene at all. Instead, the mirage shifts, and you see a humanoid with strange metallic eyes, almost a coppery color. He pulls out that instrument, Dodie, that you saw before on the mural that you aren't quite familiar with, almost a recorder, but not, and watch as he laughs up into the air as music begins to swell and his teeth grow sharper and sharper and sharper as scales begin to spread across his face. He starts to play, and you watch as the mirage seems to zoom out, and you watch an entire town erupt into chaos. Swirling around you, the images dance and play in the light until suddenly all of them disappear. You see suddenly in all corners of the room, all 3 instruments break. You suddenly feel as if a gust of wind is swirling throughout the room, purple magic as the ire of Gier booms within the room. And you see restraints on all 3 individuals, purple, made of pure energy as they wrap around them, crushing inward and inward as you watch each face suddenly go blank. Gore, can you make another check for me?
Uh, 15.
You look specifically to the individual with the strange metallic eyes and sharp teeth. As the scales grow across his face, you feel something kind of wash over you. Almost a chuckle, and then a sadness, and then unworthy. The 3 of you watch as the mirages suddenly fade as if they turn into stardust and just land as bits of sand across the room. It all quiets again, and you are left, the 3 of you, standing in the room.
Is anything different about the wall, like in the hole? Is the item still in there?
The plate is still within the wall. If you would like to make a perception check for the room, you can.
Yes. $17.
17. Looking around the room, the mural on the wall seems to be the same, and the plate remains where you put it. You look back through the room, and you can see the kind of torches on the wall actually seem to flicker for a moment before freezing again. Looking back towards this kind of sarcophagus thing in the middle, you can see that the top of it, with this engraving, with these sigils, the sigils now appear metallic. Before they were pure stone, but the actual engraving of the sigils into the stone of this top seems to almost have changed in material.
Can I read them, or can I figure out?
Make an
just like
make an Arcana check, I'd say. Gore, Dodie, or
20.
Either of you doing anything?
I'm waiting to see what Aerithar comes up with first.
Okay. 20, you said?
23.
23. These sigils are kind of strange to you, as they seem to be obviously a different type of magic, probably more bardic in inspiration than anything else. But you can pick apart pieces of it. It seems to be almost like an order, as if something needs to be done to the stone here to activate these sigils. I'd say with a 23, you also get that there are quite a few warding sigils on here, like to protect it from scrying type thing, as well as quite a few, though you can't quite figure them out, protective sigils on here. Like if you fuck this up, you fucked this up type thing.
He looks up at Dodie. The sigils appear to be bardic in nature, which makes sense. I pick apart pieces of it. It seems as if there's something that needs to happen in a particular order to the stone. And whatever it is, we need to do it very carefully, and we need to get it right on the first try, as there are a good amount of protective sigils on here as well.
Okay. Okay. Is there any kind of evidence about what those steps might be? I know that's asking for too much.
Yeah. I assume it's not just going to be to pull the top off. That seems a little too straightforward, and that would be ideal.
Can I take a closer look at it?
Make a investigation check. I'm assuming you're doing investigation.
For right now, yeah. 16.
16. The sigils definitely look to be like they've changed. You can now see the metallicness of them, and they almost seem to like vroom, 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 with like an energy, as if they're waiting for something.
Mm-hmm.
There's 4, like one in each corner, that are the ones that seem to be lit up slightly, whereas you notice Erithar point out the other ones that are definitely the warding and protection sigils on them. But those 4 definitely seem to be waiting for something. They don't look to have anything on them like you would expect from the sigils that you're used to, that something had to be done to them, but these don't look to be so.
Okay.
Like, it seems like they're waiting, is the best way that I could say it.
So something needs to be done, but not necessarily directly to them.
Yes, I'd say.
Okay. You mentioned
given your
earlier,
knowledge of religious sigils, I'll say. Yes.
You mentioned earlier, I think, music notes being engraved on the box on the sides, maybe?
Mm-hmm.
Does there seem to be any rhyme or reason to those? Or is it just kind of like pretty frilly design pattern?
Make an investigation check.
15.
15. It does kind of seem, although it's kind of like warped in places, it does kind of look like there's like almost an arrangement to it.
So it's like written on a staff instead of just being, ooh, pretty patterns.
Yeah, the staff doesn't look normal to you, as it's kind of warped in places, and there are like extra lines someplace and not as many lines in other places, but it does kind of wrap around the thing as well.
Sorry, one more question. I'm sure you said it, but the sigils that are kind of loading up, are they on the corners or are they on like the sides?
Corners.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Just checking in, Gore. Are you doing anything?
This is way out of his league. He's gonna look around the room, I guess,
Okay.
for anything that kind of stands out. Uh, 17.
17. Okay. Looking around, the thing I think that would probably catch your eye the most, as the rest of this room is actually pretty simple, is the mural at the back. You kind of walk up to it, trying to get a better look. As the light kind of plays on it, it creates a little bit of a distraction unless you get closer to it. But looking along the mural, it's slightly different than all the others that you've seen so far, as it's not broken up into pieces. It's one consistent mural across the entire thing, as if it's just one entire scene. You said 16?
Yeah.
Yeah. You see on one side immediately, probably the thing that catches your eye the most, a depiction of that person with the scales and the sharp teeth and the strange eyes. Standing off to the side, wrapped in what looks to be like almost an energy, kind of like you saw in that mirage. Though you see, as if playing out in motion, that person running, breaking through this energy for a moment, and wings spouting off the back of them. Though they're not feathered wings, they look more dragon-ish. And then that person starting to fly before being struck down by a bolt of lightning.
Interesting.
This is a strange question, and I don't know if it's applicable, but just anything to help, I guess. I know that they're specifically bardic runes, but considering we're in a GR temple, is there any way he can make some kind of religion check
Sure.
to see if there's anything? Dirty 20.
Is there anything specific that you're trying to gain from this? Kind of drawing on any specific knowledge?
The order of things to do. And, like, I guess does he I assume he noticed her looking at the music notes, if there's anything about that's...
You notice that there are 4 sigils, but there are only 3 steps, it looks like. And what you've noticed with GR is there tends to be numerals of 3. The last sigil that you would imagine after the 1, 2, 3 is kind of almost like the breaking point of whatever protection this is. There seems to be 3 pieces of this, and given the 3 friends and 3 tunes and the literally everything about this, that kind of pings in your head.
The 4 corners of the box, they line up with the 4 corners of the room that a second ago had, like, the images of people being struck down.
Yes.
And there is one corner that didn't have one of those.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to assume that's probably the breaking point one. It probably has to do with the order that they were struck down in. Okay. She's gonna walk over into each of the individual corners to see if anything got left behind when they kind of turned into sand and stardust.
You notice. Make a perception check, I'd say. Because this is pretty easy, but still make the check.
12.
12. Yep. You notice from each of the three corners that this mirage happened in. There are one of these lines depressed into the stone, and some sort of liquid is starting to trickle out of these in these three lines, as if it's kind of like, like almost like a drainage line.
Yeah.
It's like that. Some sort of liquid is trickling through that. But only in those three corners, not the fourth one.
Okay. I wasn't expecting liquid. I will not lie. Does there seem to be anything hinky about it? Is it just water? Is it blood? Is it mercury?
What was your perception check?
Like 12.
It's not blood. Doesn't quite look to be water either. And you can't quite tell if the odd smell is the room or the liquid.
She kind of gestures Arathar over. So
Are they? Go ahead.
there's these three corners that just had guys get in that are now leaking. I assume the order that they got smote in is probably the order of the sigils on the box, right?
Yes.
So the question then becomes, what does the liquid have to do with the sigils? Do you just walk over and smudge a little on there? Because that feels simple and also disgusting.
Can I make a nature and or arcana check on the liquid to figure out
Let's do nature.
what exactly it is? Okay. $18.
That's acid, baby.
Oh,
Well, it's acid.
so we're not going to touch it.
No. Are they? Is it? It's not. Is it just going like down the wall and across? Like, it's not getting any closer to the sarcophagus? It's just like.
So yeah,
Stopped?
like in a sidewalk, how there's the line in between the pieces of the sidewalk? It's like those type of lines coming out from underneath the walls and trailing across the floor, and the liquid is just running between those lines.
So it's not going any closer to the sarcophagus.
No,
Like,
it's
not
just
ongoing,
staying
it's
within the
really-
lines. You can kind of see them on the map a little bit, where they
Okay.
are. It's just like those lines are full of acid, but the acid isn't moving. Now that it's trickled in, it's just stagnant.
He's gonna walk over to the sarcophagus. Is there anywhere he can see that, like, there's a good place to, like, pour something in? Like a crevice or a...
I'd say because you've looked over this quite a few times, I'm not going to make you do a check. There does not appear to be so.
Because it's acid, I don't think smearing it.
No.
But I don't see anywhere to pour it into the sarcophagus.
Unless it doesn't have to come in contact with the box, because I refuse to call it the S word. As long I don't think it has to come in contact with that. I think it might be more relational to the room itself, so that people don't have to touch acid.
That's true. Then do we do something to make it continue to go across the room then?
there's murals of all three individuals, like in the corners. They just got in.
No.
Or okay.
The 3 individuals were in the entry room. The only mural
Right.
in this room is of the 3rd person.
That's right. Thank you.
Mhm.
Okay.
He's gonna go over to where the first person is.
Mhm.
And where the liquid stops, is there something to is there something like to remove, like so that it can continue? Sorry, I know I'm asking really specific questions.
Not really. Yeah, there's nothing. It's just a line in the floor, basically.
Okay.
Would you like to make a what kind of check is this? You and Gore. If both of you would like to make either an Arcana check or an Insight check, you may do so.
I will do insight,
Okay.
but that still only brings it to a 12.
Okay.
$22.
22.
Arcana.
Gore, you're kind of just like looking around, and they're kind of talking about stuff, and you hear them say something about acid, and you're looking around, and you're kind of getting over that intense feeling that washed over you, and you're looking at the mural. Copper. The person's eyes looked copperish, and though you can't see any color on this mural, the wings are intriguing to you. Copper. That's interesting. Erithar. You did an Arcana check, yes?
Yes.
The acid is throwing you off because everything about the box in the middle of the room is very bardic. Acid is so not magical that it feels off to you, whereas everything about the box in the middle feels like it would line up with a bardic type of magic. Kind of similar to the music and the mirages that the plate induced. There's another piece to this involving something bardic in some sort of contingency of 3.
Normally I would talk it out. I'm just gonna say he relays that to everybody.
Yeah.
The broken silver dagger that he found earlier, just because, I guess, last ditch effort trying to. Is there anything particular about that that's jumping out that could help?
It seems to have been enchanted at some point, but with it having been broken, the enchantment also vanished.
What was the third item from the room? Because it was the dagger, the necklace. What was the other one?
It was the leather bag.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
There seems to be a pattern with number 3. There were only, in the box in that room, there were only 3 items I found inside of it. The necklace, the dagger, and the bag.
Okay.
What if we have to melt the items in the order of the people?
That
One of them had coppery, one of them was wearing armor, maybe that's silver?
The last one is copper.
Right.
Should probably make the first one leather.
With the, stage curtains. That's not necessarily a bad guess.
no, I'm sure something. It's a theater. Something's made out of leather.
If that's the case, then leather has to go first.
He's gonna go over to the first guy, and take the bag and kind of look at everybody and put it in there.
Like, push it down onto the acid? Or what are you doing? I'm confused.
Okay.
I don't understand where you're putting it. Sorry, I just...
Oh, I guess in the acid, unless there's something on the wall.
Okay.
Okay, in the acid, I guess.
Okay. You bring the bag down towards the floor, kind of pressing it onto the line of the floor, and then kind of picking it up, looking at it. The acid doesn't seem to be eating through this bag, and you're not entirely sure why. Because normally it would.
Maybe put it on the sigil.
Gonna go over and put it on the sigil.
You kind of press it against the sigil. Nothing really happening.
Fuck.
Is there anything inside of the bag? How about that? Is there anything like inside of the bag that could...
You open the bag and it feels pretty heavy, like there should be things in it, but when you open it, it's completely empty inside.
Just reach in and sift around. It's not in there.
Your hand goes surprisingly
There's nothing in
deeper than you expect it to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We just had to melt the bag of holding.
It does that, and he
Huh?
just
I'm thinking about that cat, sorry. Continue.
folds the bag and puts it into his. We don't need to melt this bag.
Is there something inside of it?
No, you can put as many things as you want in it, and it won't get full. It's very useful. I was going to take a look at
Sorry, I'm sorry. I'm really trying to think about what to do here. The plating on the item in the wall, is that gold?
On which thing?
The plate in the wall. Is there anything that's like
That's the silver
that can be
plate with the
removed from
copper
the
center.
silver and copper? Yeah, okay.
I will also point out that there were 3 items in the glass box, but there was another numeral of 3 in that room.
The books.
I see.
There were 3 songbooks.
Do you grab 2 of
He's
them?
gonna go back. Yeah, he grabbed 2 of them. He's gonna go back up and grab the third one, I guess.
Okay. You rush back over. Luckily, the staircase had not descended. It was still stuck in place, so you run up the stairs, grab the other songbook, and run back down. Careful not to slip on the puddle that Gore created in the hallway when he went back to the pool. But you rush back down now holding all 3 songbooks.
Descent, Vengeance, and what was the other one?
Empress.
Empress. Okay. Jesus fucking Christ. Sorry. Oh my god. Sorry, the order of things.
The
Oh my
first
God.
one is tied to the Empress. The second one, I assume, is Descent.
And the third one is Vengeance.
Or Revenge, or whatever it is, yeah.
Revenge.
Revengeance.
Just points at the order and repeats it. Yes, do we all agree?
Yeah, sounds right.
Go for it.
Put it in the acid. He's gonna put it in the acid. The fucking Empress one in the first one.
Okay. You walk over, kind of like opening the book flat so it would kind of slide into the line in the floor. And as you do so, you kind of set it down, opening it up, seeing as you open it up that there are lyrics on the page about assassinations and friendship of some sort. And as you slide it down into the acid, it starts to kind of eat away at the book before the entire book ignites in a green flame, and one of the sigils on the sarcophagus, or whatever it is, turns purple.
And Descent in the second one.
All right. You go over to that one, and you can see, as you open the book up to kind of slide it into that line, you see the only lyrics on, or words on the page is Descent into Insanity. And you slide that into place. As you watch, it also ignites into green flame, and the second sigil ignites purple as well.
Revenge, Vengeance in the third one.
You go to the third one, and you begin to open it up and put it in place, and there's something about losing yourself and being alone in silence. As you slide that into place, it ignites into flame, and the third sigil pops purple on the third. On the third corner of the sarcophagus. All 3 of those sigils seem to have finished waiting and woken up, but the 4th sigil on the corner seems to still be waiting.
There were only 3 songbooks.
There were only 3 songbooks. It seems that those 3 sigils needed to be activated, but that 4th one was the one that was a little bit different, that seemed to be part of that protection spell. It's more the one that looks that it needs to be broken in some way.
Okay.
That those 3 things were like priming the lock, and this is fully unlocking it.
He's gonna go up to it. Is there anything about the sigil that Arcana check?
Yeah, make an Arcana check.
Yeah. $17.
17. This sigil is more indented into the stone, and the other three seem to light up more than this fourth one, but it's got a different shape to it as well. Something about it being broken. Something about it breaking. And you remember all three instruments in the Mirages were broken. Despite it being this magical instrument that supposedly never breaks, all three instruments broke. And you remember the broken silver dagger.
Can he grab it and kind of put it up against the sigil?
The kind of broken blade of it kind of scratches along part of the sigil as you kind of place it atop it, and for a moment the sigil kind of sparks, but as you lay the dagger against it, it stops. Something about it scratching against it did something, but when you placed the dagger onto it, it stopped.
Can he just keep scratching it?
Yeah, do you kind of go along, kind of like along
Yeah,
the line of
I'll
it?
go along.
Yeah, kind of
Pattern of it,
grinding the blade into it. You watch as you do, each spark of the metal against the stone grows more and more purple, until finally you reach the end of the sigil, and somehow, even though you didn't see a hole there, the dagger sinks into the stone. You hear the entire thing grinding for a moment before something clicks along the stone top of it, and all the sigils light up almost blindingly bright for a moment before going inert. Something clearly clicked into place.
Gonna look over at Gore. Help me get this open.
Alright. He walks over and shoves the top off. Or tries to pry it open, or...
It's kind of like a slide. It's probably more of a sliding thing. You just kind of shove it. It takes you a moment, because it's a lot heavier than you honestly expect it to be for how small it is. And you shove it, and shove it, and shove it, and finally it goes... It just falls over the opposite side and onto the floor. This now sarcophagus box thing is now open in front of you, and the light kind of fades from the edges where the sconces are, and you can see inside. And for a moment, the three of you, I would assume, are slightly horrified, as you are suddenly met with the texture of bone.
Oh.
There's not a body in here, per se. More so a skull, though of course not humanoid. The strange shape of it, the kind of points and horns along the top of it, the long, almost beak-like structure, almost snout-like structure, before the three of you realize very, very suddenly that this is the skull of a young dragon.
Cute.
And there's something glowing beneath it. A lilac color energy. And the shape of what looks to kind of be that weird recorder thing, maybe? Though it's hard to make out from underneath the skull.
Gore's gonna take one for the team. He's gonna reach in there and grab the recorder-looking thing.
Arthur honestly kind of looks at him a little bit.
He literally lets out like a... and it reaches in there.
Alright, I have a question for you then.
Yeah.
How do you do so?
So it's just... Oh, no. I don't like that question. Uh-oh. So is it like the skull is on top of it, like it's below it.
Yeah, like the skull is kind of wedged into the thing, and the whatever that instrument is below it, laying on the bottom of this box. So the skull,
so it's kind of like a prehistoric skull with its like jaw open, and below it is the.
Yes.
You know what he's gonna do, man. It's gonna bite me in the ass. He's gonna go in through the fucking jaw.
Stick your hand in it?
No.
Yep, he's about to get his fucking arm ripped off. Yeah, he's gonna reach in there.
Alright. Hold on one
Yeah.
second. I just want to look
Yeah.
at something.
Yeah, hold on, I'm bringing up my fucking character sheet.
Could you make
This is
a
about to
sleight of
hurt.
hand check for me?
Sleight of hand. You know, I'm not bad at those.
$19.
That's so funny.
So funny.
Uh-oh.
You reach in your hand specifically through the mouth of this thing.
Yeah.
Reaching in through the open jaw of this creature as you begin to very, very carefully attempt to reach for this item. As you do so, you begin to pull it out of the dragon's mouth, kind of shuffling it back along your hand, kind of not moving your arm so much as pulling this thing out of its jaw. You manage to slip it out just slight enough that you can grab it with your other hand and pull the item back before beginning to remove your hand. You now have this glowing weird instrument that seems to tingle along your hand in one hand. It is out of the sarcophagus. But as you begin to pull your hand back, as expected, it crushes down on top of your arm. As the teeth sink into your arm, I will do a little...
Man.
What is that?
God fucking damn it.
You almost had it, man. Where is it? There you are. You take 8 points of piercing damage as this dragon's skull clamps down onto your arm. You feel the searing pain of it as it sinks into your flesh, as you almost drop the instrument with the other hand, as the other two of you hear suddenly the room start to shake slightly. You now have the instrument, and you now watch as those lines of acid start to glow more and more green. There is some sort of clanging near you as you begin to pull your arm from the mouth of this bone creature, as you watch it start to move, and the jaw begin to start to open and close on its own. Something within the room shifts, and those small holes where the acid had come through before start to break away and crumble as you watch pieces of bone begin to kind of start to clang into the room as if moving on their own. The three of you are standing there, Gore now retracting his hand, bleeding profusely, holding what used to be this strange recorder and has now become an amorphous bit of glowing purple energy, and looks back to the rest of you. More bones continue to flood into this room as this happens. What are the three of you doing?
Gore
Fortunately goes fucking run!
Yeah, we're gonna run.
Exit
We're gonna
now!
The three of you turn tail and begin to book it out of this room as the skull seems to leap up onto the side of the sarcophagus and start to connect itself to the rest of the bones that are reconstructing. The three of you begin to book it down the hallway. Gore, you are still holding this bolt of energy or whatever in one hand as you begin to book it towards the door. Can I get... let's do... last little bit here. You guys are almost done. You've almost done this. Can I get either a dex saving throw or a Constitution saving throw from the three of you. I know that's
Ooh,
kind of
okay.
I'm
weird.
taking that Dex.
Dirty 20.
Okay.
I want the fuck out of here, bitch. That's a 25.
All right.
17.
17. All right. The three of you begin to run as fast and as hard as possible up these stairs as a bone dragon, a young bone dragon, one might say, but a bone dragon begins to start to construct itself behind you. You hear the clattering of bone against stone and something scraping as the whole building begins to shake. You start to run faster and faster and faster up the stairs, across the floor, and you see the puddles of water everywhere and begin to dive between them. The three of you start to kind of jump between things, looking to each other, making sure that all three of you are there, before reaching finally the edge of this hallway, back into the main room. As you do so, something behind you breaks. As if the building is crushing inward in places, you suddenly hear the rush of water. The three of you have made it to the front as quickly as possible, and you have several seconds, maybe up to a minute, to figure out how to reopen this door from the inside. Gore, what are you doing as you reach it first, I'd say?
The lever was on the outside, right?
Yes.
And there's no lever on the inside?
Make a perception or investigation check.
Perception. 17.
There is no lever, but there seems to be like a pull chain at the top of the ceiling above you. It's
How high up is that?
Like,
if you extended your hand, you wouldn't be able to reach it, but if you were able to jump hard enough, maybe you could.
Gore immediately backs up and sprints at the wall and goes up it like kung fu style and grabs the chain.
Make an acrobatics or athletics check for me. I'm assuming you hand off the instrument to one of the other two.
Yes, 23.
23. Gore hands back the instrument to you, Dodie. Arathar, you turn and start to watch as the building starts to cave in behind you. There's a moment of water rushing in that you suddenly feel that bit of anxiety start to turn into panic as you turn around and watch Gore again run and jump, grabbing onto this chain pull and yanking down with all of his weight and all of his might as suddenly the doors in front of you start to grind open and you hear water parting. The doors kind of creak open slightly, and I'm assuming the three of you start to run out, yes?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Arathar, you start to take off towards the beach. Dodie, close behind. Gore, I have a question for you. Do you close the door?
No.
No? All right.
Yeah.
You
he does
take
not.
off behind the two of these people, running behind them, feeling your arm still bleeding profusely, but, you know, it is what it is, as you run up towards the shore. You can see Rorik, who has been waiting for you the entire time, has kind of created a small fire and is just kind of watching. And as suddenly the doors part and the water spreads open and the three of you start to run out, he jumps to his feet and rushes over to the edge of the water. The three of you are rushing up behind him, or in front of him, and you start to hear the building crumble more. The water starts to move back into place as you watch him reach for something on his hip, pull out what looks to be almost a small pouch of something, throw it behind the three of you as the water closes and the three of you fall onto the pebbly sand in front of him. You hear something like a small explosion in the water behind you before the lake goes completely still. The three of you are left gasping on the edge of this beach in various states of dishevelment, as he looks down towards the three of you and then back up towards the temple.
He points at Arathar. I've made up for shoving you off the cliff.
It's forgotten. It's honestly forgotten.
Dodie,
She's
you are
gonna reach
holding
over
this
at-
thing in your hands.
Yeah. Never mind. Okay. Well. Now what?
I believe we get you where you need to go. Seems like you might need a rest, though. This one's bleeding quite a lot.
Yeah, those. Yeah.
Right. Let me send a message or two. Might be able to get back quicker. Maybe. Take a moment to yourselves.
How late in the day is it?
By this point, since you guys traveled quite a bit and then had all of that to do, it's getting into evening. He seems to walk off towards the edge of the forest and starts to talk to the air, which you're assuming means that he's messaging someone, as the three of you kind of seat yourselves on the beach and prepare for whatever is next to come. Are the three of you doing anything while you rest here for a moment?
I'll give Gore some hit points back.
All right.
Here,
Thank you.
take 7, why don't you?
I love that she's so much nicer than me because Erica looked and saw that it was evening and he's like, "You'll be fine."
God.
Oh,
I think Thor is just kind of sitting with his arms draped over his knees. He kind of like takes. He looks at his new necklace.
Mm-hmm.
Just looks it over,
Okay.
pondering.
All right. You two?
I think just waiting for him to come back over.
All right.
Obviously displeased, but also relieved.
The three of you sit on this beach, feeling the wind whip around you, now feeling slightly nice since you've worked up quite the sweat from running, as you watch the storm clouds settle in above you, finally making its way to your location. Dodie, you sit with this amorphous energy in your hands that seems to tingle along your skin. Gore looking over his new possession, and Erithar attempting to catch his breath, looking over every once in a while, keeping an eye on this centaur, which seems to be helping you? ? And the three of you are able to catch your breath. One step closer. Almost there. You've gotten the artifact, one that was only rumored to have existed. And the month is ending. But the trek back should be easier from the sound of his conversation. Big things on the horizon, but you at least hold this in your hands. It's tangible, it's real, and you have it. And you're very thankful to have a moment to rest. I think that is where we will call it tonight, and we will pick back up with getting back into the swing of things. Yes?
Yes.
I would also like to congratulate all of you. That was an extra long session, and you all also get to level up.
oh, thank God.
Oh my god, thank you.
So
Level 5!
I know that one was really tough, but it was supposed to be, so... You guys did a really, really good job.
Thank you.
So, yes, you may level up, and I think that is all that we were doing tonight. We'll do stickers and stuff, because there are plenty of stickers to give off-camera. Yes?
Yes.
Awesome.
Oh my god.
Thank you guys for sticking with me, and thank you to any of the viewers that we had. I know we've kind of gone between 1 and 2 that entire time, and we got a couple comments, I think, in the chat room, but I'm very tired, and I assume that the rest of you are as well, so I think we will end the stream there.
It's 3 a.m. for one of us.
Yeah. So, but good job, and we will be back with the rest of this mess next time. Bye.
Level 5.